Good morning, Mr. Mose.
Morning, sir. How you doing?
It seems like when I gave up,
Doing good. What's the word this morning?
Right now, everybody's available except chair and vice chair. We're waiting on those two.
would like to go through, but there's a lot of our people.
Okay, thanks. Be standing by.
All right, sir.
Good morning. This is Rosita Toddy.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. We're just waiting on members to sign on.
Thank you.
Delegate Daniel So is on the call.
Morning, sir.
Oh, Yat Eche, Mr. Mose. Do you think we've got quorum?
You're the fifth member, sir.
Goshila. Thank you, Mr. Mose.
Oh.
Let me call this special meeting of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee meeting to order. Mr. Mose, please provide roll call.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay, Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Helena is present.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Edith J. Wanika. Here. Thank you very much. Chair, 6 members, constitute a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Mose, for that roll call. At this time, good morning, colleagues. And we have designated this day to convene and to review and adopt an agenda. But before we do that, Chair, Honorable Paul Begay Jr., would you please provide invocation to open our meeting?
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Delegate Daniel So. We'll be happy to offer the invocation for today's meeting. Kadoshiya dati ni tra digenlini ti penbigi kodon jungo. Niche hana ot ado ishiya nahashta nanin plato kon iya pichu. Nada te kalto kon hinanish nadil nehki in hisisha nanin pla. Unkobashi nitsin hidin ba nikonda. Jungo ihadi ilgido isin hinanish dil nilgi edigi. Nahash kate ninil kodoid o na o kahaya jisil adole. Di de bandi tinto nabigia dil kihigi. Edin hash de dil listo nsaki so sad dat eid also. Ben hika dil walto eben nacha edi kodo. Nikit neban nani ilnstole, nikit neba nani bana ilnetole. Had egoshi in the hasti do in that on sheet also. Ben hika dilos, nan sheet adon zilla. Nahadili nikit neban best egg ego kodo baby kadilor. This kajinada hoshi strategin lini code. Eishito by Yelkito leskit ego eya. Has tweedan le, Nezani dan le, Neche Nehmassan Nala. Nihita Nana sas li Labedach Ado Saya Tato Chilche, which I pitch at the whale jish. Also a dish Passotilson. Also a dina Nishil Ingi Bail Netole. Ko Yat Ego eya. Dabeto ha, janshi dat is cars and the janshin damp, the Hontlande. Yat ego betlas adole. Bichiga holodole, betro holodole, bichish holodole. The beltle ye trozilgo yes, ye beto haki dato, baholodole. Ado bichin dahasti. Benal ploshi holoni, the beholoni, she bekashi. Be inani dat eight also. Nahaba holian dole. But you get Bahalon, high instant dole, yat equal to beta tocha. Adodin Harchin da Altragida, yat eco ea, Altragi. Adex idole, so anase, Idahos atole. Idanet lingo. Jun got adobet in the hunt. Had ishi hoidos aton, dabit not he darto. Ado besnahun kan shongo iya yohos ado le ado chidil soda di da chala ado sa iya anda patient sakki so yeda yeda hos so yat eko basta insindole yat eko iya da hos ado le hitanet lingo ado tot ikode na handal nishiki salauda dat zel ingo da besnad ze indo ze ne kada dan ledato ne chanki ko edina ni hatnen ki ne chanki nda baho kot ego na khadil nish arson khaba na khaba akhliyato le na khabchan bilni to le jungo iya ki kon hit ne ye ka ardo to le arodina ni hatnen ki Bats go iya bahun to aye go iya ache na holki ho ye to le hake hol le ko cho ni go ibahan نيتساج كون إيدو لش تداش هو لش قاعدين لين قد ندو هيبه يبكي هستين هادو يتكي دهون نيتش جينك أشانده يبقى صديلز بخاطر يلا خاينسن هذا أولنيغون خاينسن بغن بحث أنغو لينا شيها نيجي بكتا دي كيف الليدي كا هذا شيء هذا لي نسيدو نوچ ين الآدو نوچ الآدو نوچ نتاجن دوتلي دونا دي سيستا دي بكاسو دي سنشتين كا كأني كا دي لور نتاج كوين لا دو إيدون دي سيستا دو بانادا هسد دي سيستا دي كت إيغو إيا بني كا دي لور يا تيغون كتنا هذا آدو لسي كون هكيا هكيا هسا أنجي بكاعد نيجتنا يا تيها كنا هت إيدو له دي كويبا نأي كاش دي كا لاغو إيا كت إيغو إيا بنج هجو بادي نيدو له ديشين دي كل سقو إيا سدوزنيش لادو لشدين كا كويديش نيكتون لودو but after the or yet a continue Nikislam, Nahalian or Hanani things for this. It don't know what it is, can't don't know what it yet. Nana state or less had I need Nigo. The hinted of its zeal go, the that of its zeal go. Also, Nikita never is a passatils, start in Lini Dashon. Nikon Lord on half a yard on Nikita Nico. Also. In half a yard on this. Now, yet and Linny also, in charge on clean on it. But ego, yes. So this and all the efficiency been big. Nigga, your Jesus Christ, Bishop, and I say what also this. Amen.
What eight or late? Che. Oh, by heaven to know. There you go. Was in Inla. What Ayla. So the next item we go to is announcements, committee members. Do we have any announcements?
Chair, this is Wanika.
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead, Honorable Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. It looks like most of the agenda, my name is almost on every item. But as far as the legislations, there's some things I have to take care of. But Honorable Halona is my co-sponsor. I'll be here for the report, and then I might end up doing one or two of the legislation. I want to be excused. So that's the only concern I have. I'm going to try and stay as long as I can. So, but I would appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you, Cecilia, for giving us that upfront notice. Will honor your request. Honorable Halona, did you sign the documents to be the co-sponsor?
Chair, I didn't sign the documents yet. But I think he wrote my name down on the original work order.
Yeah, his name is on there as a co-sponsor on 4 of them.
Okay, Rashila.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else, committee members, anybody else have an announcement? And
Mr. Chair, I checked on dibs on the legislation. There's just Edison Wanika listed. There's no Honorable Pernell Halona listed as co-sponsor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Honorable Halona, where are you located right now?
Yeah, I'm still here in Tohatchee right now.
Oh, okay. We'll just, if at some point during the time, Mr. Mose, are you at the BNF conference room?
Yes, sir, I am.
If we could get that sign-up sheet for being the co-sponsor, we could make it available to Halona in some way. That way we don't break the procedure and protocols on sponsorship, and the actual signature needs to be on the legislation. So we'll facilitate it, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, and Honorable Halona.
Chair.
Go ahead.
If we can move new business up front, I should be here for all the legislation.
Okay. Let's see. Well, the thing that there is an urgent matter that we really have to take care of. And that would happen at 11 a.m. and I don't know how long the discussion on that matter will take.
Oh.
That's the only other thing.
Okay.
All
right.
And
well, in the meantime, while we're taking care of that item, maybe I can make some calls where I can stay as long as I can.
Kushila.
Kushila.
All right. Thank you, Cecilia. Otto, moving past the announcements, then we go to item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. For the folks on the call, could you please identify yourself?
Yep, HES, this is Delegate Amber Kinerswag-Cruddy. I'm calling in. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Sharon. Sorry, please continue.
Sorry, this is Delegate Brown, Chair. I'm listening in as well. Yeah.
And good morning, this is Shira Goldstein, the representative from CORE. Thank you.
This is Scott Hawker-Smith, representative from SSE.
Good morning, Delegate Stewart Underline, as well, Chennai, the HESI committee.
Roxanne Gorman, Department for Self-Reliance.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Gabriel Freeland with SSE.
Good morning, Chairman. This is Herman Begay from Facilities Maintenance Department.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Tony Miller from Division of Social Services, Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Their Families.
Oh, good morning. Who else? Thank you for all the folks that are on the call.
Mr. Chair, Ron Haven here as well, Legislative Counsel's Office. Thank you.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. You'll keep us in order.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Katerina Nelson with Facility Maintenance Department.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we'll move forward. Miss Beverly Martinez, can you review the proposed agenda for the committee to consider?
Good morning, everyone. Agenda of the Health Education Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Special meeting December 3, 2020, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, Honorable Carl Russell Slater, Vice Chairperson, Place Viva Telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 5, receive and report. 8, report from Southern Solution Cleaning of Navajo Nation chapter houses. B, report from CORE Community Organized Relief Efforts. 6, old business. 7, new business. A, legislation 0297-20. B, legislation 0298-20. C, legislation 0299-20. D, legislation 0300-20. E, other. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Chair and members, the agenda has been read into the record.
Motion.
Thank you.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Who is the motioning party? I didn't catch that.
Honorable Wanika?
Okay, Gosila Sitsile, Che. I'll recognize the motion and the second. Committee members, do we have any?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Oh, Sitsile, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I think we need to amend the agenda to include IHS and Dr. Jim. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Ms. Martinez, because we took that action after the agenda had already been posted yesterday, do we need to have another vote to include a report from Dr. Jim on the budget priorities today?
Mr. Vice Chair, this can be included with your vote on the agenda for today. Mr. Vice.
Okay, so we do have to take action. Chair, I'm going to request the motioning parties to modify their motions, and that is to include a report from Navajo Area IHS Director Rosalind So on the healthcare system, and then an update from Dr. Jim on the budget priorities the budget consultation that occurred yesterday from 9 to 12.
Kushila Sitsile. Moving parties, how do you wish to proceed on Honorable Slater's request?
Delegate Paul Begay. I concur.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. I forgot to make another request.
Go ahead, Slater. Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I think in email correspondence and in our call yesterday and even last week, we had discussed the issues related to special duty pay and how this committee is the entity that approved special duty pay procedures. And even though we might not be the committee of jurisdiction, say for chapter house employees, were implicated in that because we approved it. So we had discussed bringing in DCD, and this is under the logistics section of our meeting, DCD, Department of Human Resources, and Department of Health to ask about, and the controller to ask about special duty pay status, and there's things we can do to still honor the commitments that we made originally with our CARES Act fundings, and make sure that we're taking care of our employees. So that's my request against the motioning parties, and I think that should be the last report Thank you.
Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, and Honorable Che, Honorable Begay.
Chair, what Slater is requesting, I confer because I'm very concerned about CHR, the IUC. I guess they're concerned about their overtime and their additional pay that they're supposed to get, and only certain ones are getting it. And so I'd like to get additional information on that too. So I concur with his request.
Sheila, Cecilia, thank you.
I will also concur with that. This is Delegate Gay.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you, Chair. Any other requests, committee members? So we have a motion to amend the agenda. Yes, go ahead.
This Delegate Begay, did we also contact the Department of Self-Reliance on the Navajo Education Incentive Program? Navajo Tribal Clothing Plan of Operation? If that department has been contacted, might want to get a report from them also.
Oh yes, thank you, Che. Yes, the Office of Self-Reliance has been contacted, and Miss Roxanne Gorman is on the call right now, so that she can provide an update. So, moving party, Honorable Wanika. One more amendment, one more addition to the proposed agenda. Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Begay. Okay. So we've added 3 additional items on our agenda, and thank you. Thank you, committee members. If there's no other requests, then we will take this to a roll call vote. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Sergeant So.
I vote green.
Honorable Sergeant So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Thank you, committee members. A vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Now we go to item 4, review and adopt the journal. There being none, then we go to item 5, receiving report. 5A, report from Southern Solution regarding the cleaning of Navajo Nation chapter houses. We have Honorable Edison Wanika that basically wanted this on the agenda, and we have a Mr. Harker Smith to basically bring the report to us. And we have from Navajo Nation, the facilities management folks, as well as I don't know who the cleaning processes came under a within the Department of Health. So, and I hope they're on the line. Someone from Department of Health also respond to the concerns that would be expressed in this report.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Hello? Who is that was asking the chair? Okay, as we go forward then, Cecilia, Honorable Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me give you,
Okay. Thank
you
you,
have
Chair.
the floor.
Members of the committee, we had one of the employees at the Oak Springs chapter was tested positive, and so based on that, I was calling to find out what the cleaning process was to get the building cleaned. And so as I was going through there, I became aware of some of the concerns that they have. They've been trying to do all that they can to clean as many buildings as possible. But I guess as far as making the arrangements and getting to those chapters, sometimes the paperwork or the process, getting it through the Navajo Nation process takes longer than usual. So they end up having to wait and out because they have until December 30th as far as their contract is concerned. This Southern Solutions, I just wanted them to give us an update on what the concerns are, and maybe there's things that we can do to alleviate some of the obstacles that they're going through right now, because there's no question, especially now with the virus going up again. I think there's more buildings that will need to be cleaned because one of the buildings here in Navajo Nation is closed again because I heard that 3 employees has been tested positive again. So with that, I was clean that and it makes it really hard for us working with the employees when those buildings are closed. And so if they can get to those right away without having to wait for the process for signatures and all that, I think Dr. Jill Jim was probably able to respond to that, because I heard sometimes they have to wait for her signature. So I know those processes are very important, but I think somehow it can be expedited so that work can be done as soon as possible. So that's the reason why I'd like to have Mr. Hopper-Smith go ahead and maybe give us a report on some of the concerns as far as his company is concerned, as far as the contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson So, Honorable Vice Chairperson Slater, and Honorable Delegate Wanika. This is Scott Hawker-Smith. I'm the CEO of SSE. I would also like to share this receiving report with our administrative officer in the company. Her name is Cheryl Benally. And actually, I would let her introduce herself and explain some of the works that we've been completing.
Cheryl Benally, Unisha. I am the administrative officer for SSE. I just want to start off with a short statement. So thank you for having us, Honorable Delegate Wanika and Honorable Chairman. Tik osnets a nahas et ada nasliniki benina eda hui teniki sakgo adeta kwae sinet bikaya bikago kwae Southern Solutions Environmental gi nedil nishigi e sakdo ake adija dadini kwae ba idi ta da inish that So I just want to give a statement on the worldwide pandemic coronavirus has changed everyone's lives, but it has especially impacted the Navajo along with many other Native and non-Native people living around the Four Corners. Throughout 2020, Southern Solution Environmental has been all across the Navajo Nation working directly with local, state, and federal emergency responders to fight the pandemic and help protect everyone. We're all experiencing a variety of changes to stay safe. So I'll give it back to Ike Hockersmith on biosecurity.
Yes. We're a U.S. contractor focused on biosecurity and facility decontamination, among other professional services. We actually have EMTB, LPNs, HVAC assistants, and others in this staffing. SSE was asked by the Navajo Health Command Incident Commander David Nez to come to the Navajo Nation to do decontamination work. The leadership team of SSE arrived at the Navajo Nation on June 6, 2020, with the approval of Dr. Jill Jim. Our team volunteered decontamination services free of charge for a month. After the month was over, SSE was asked by David Nez and Navajo Health Command to stay. The SSE leadership team informed Mr. Nez and Dr. Jim that we needed to bill for our services, and they agreed, and said that the contract would be completed for further works. Despite not receiving any written acknowledgement for our contribution from June to July, SSE continued on working after the contract was signed with FMD, Facilities Maintenance Department. I'm going to give it back to Lynn. Here you go.
Okay. So SSE has stuck on the Navajo first preference approach to hiring within the Navajo Nation. SSE has added around 50 people from the Navajo Nation to payroll as of December 2020. It's expected that SSE will have around 100 employees by the end of the year. Roles on the Navajo Nation members currently hold within the company range from technicians in the field to upper management. SSE rate of hiring has been accelerated as the need is very much critical right now. Many of the first employees of the Navajo Nation for SSE were Austin, picked up and dropped off by Ike himself. Those same employees now have their own vehicles.
SSE is currently servicing and surveying over 350 facilities all throughout the Navajo Nation. The SSE team has completed more than 4 million square feet of regular service emergency responses to 213 requests have reached almost 1 million square feet since November, and more than 90% of requests completed the same day it was received. SSE technicians and staff have serviced and worked directly with the President, Vice President's Office, Speaker's Office, Legislative Office, Navajo Judiciary, the chapter houses, FEMA, and a variety of senior centers, Doty, Admin 1, Admin 2, EMS, Navajo Police Department, Navajo Fire Department, and Facilities Maintenance, among others. Along with our regular service, we have spent a large amount of time and resources creating materials to educate the people and get the word out about our efforts, including informational booklets, social media campaigns, TV news interviews, and newspaper articles. Currently, our approach is focused on preventative decontamination, which includes a service regimen meant to help reduce the risk at essential facilities. We believe that our decontamination services are the most offensive approach that can be implemented against the COVID-19 pandemic. We're actually based at the FMD office in Fort Defiance with a full-time administrator that works direct with the FMD leadership. SSE has deployed teams regionally in each of the agencies with a specific focus on essential government and critical emergency services. Regular service of all essential services is approved and facilitated by Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance Department. All emergency requests, 213s, come through FMD with the approval of Health Command. Service records, locations, measurements, personnel testing. 213s, work orders are all tracked by utilizing mobile applications and in a variety of spreadsheets that are easily accessible and shareable. In November, SSE began servicing chapter houses that have populations greater than 1,500 members, with all chapter houses able to request on demand through Facilities Maintenance Department for cleaning. Along with facilities maintenance sites, we are also servicing a variety of alternative care and isolation sites around the Navajo Nation. With more time, the SSE team will continue expanding regular service to more sites in all departments across the nation.
SOC has done a lot of work while having received zero funds from the Navajo Nation and all invoices still being unpaid because we care about the people here on the Navajo Nation. We hope that we continue to fight and protect the elders, the sick, and vulnerable all across the land. It is our honor to contribute to the effort here on the Navajo Nation. We're in this together. SSE is here to help, and just want to add a hat to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. That would conclude our report. To all the honorable delegates, I appreciate this opportunity greatly. And we'll stay on the line for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harkerson and Ms. Benali. Committee members, how do you wish to proceed on this report?
I'll motion to accept, Mr. Delegate Slater.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Second, Alona.
Motion is accepted, and the second is recognized by with Honorable Halona. Okay, committee members, you want to proceed with questions?
Chair, this is Wanika.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable President Wanika, you have the floor.
I don't know if Mr. Freeland, Gabriel, wants to say a few words too. I think he's involved with this to some extent, and maybe he'll be able to provide us some additional information too. Are you on, Gabriel?
Yes, Mr. Wanika and Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
With that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank everybody, all the committee members and facility maintenance in the Navajo Nation for allowing the opportunity for SSE to give an update and a report. As you can tell, they're out here on the Navajo Nation putting their best foot forward to address a lot of the contamination and compromising that goes on with this COVID-19 disease. And I think we are thankful for the opportunity. The contract has been executed with them. They're continuing to move forward. There is some minor kinks, but I think these are kinks that don't hamper or delay any of the decontamination services. And I want to applaud Ike for allowing to continue to push forward, even though he's still waiting for some outstanding invoices to get paid. But as you can tell, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, they're dedicated to taking care and protecting our people. And I really appreciate the opportunity for them to give you a report. And our recommendation is, if need be, we can sit down one-on-one and go over the handouts that they've been doing to the committee members, or we can submit it to the reporter to allow that to be disseminated to the members. Again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Wanika, distinguished members of the committee, I appreciate your time, and thank you for this opportunity to add some support to SSE.
Thank you, Mr. Freeland. Ms. Martinez, have you received those documents that Mr. Freeland has referred to?
Not yet, Mr. Chair.
I can coordinate with your advisor, Mr. Chair, and we'll make sure that they get the information disseminated to the committee members.
Thank you. Committee members, anybody from facilities maintenance? Mr. Begay?
Yeah, this is Herman. This is Herman Begay from facilities maintenance. Yeah, they've been asked to have this sessionantai. Ado shenantai dan klenigi committee members. I had not quite on change than his not sound on the holges. Ado the wasn't sign as he a been dating still kuche I think it's the halne kuche ya quite than it's no we try to coordinate. We make work orders and then we try to get these forms in place and have these contractors go out there. But yeah, we've been all across the Navajo Nation for up to now. So she had to shnido listo hikana chato yego quite nhalchen that agenda listo ba he sundo aro di honli do ba he has sundan the on never caught each they've yet even na oh also be has sit ole condition and I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begay. Committee members. Okay, I guess we'll when Dr. Jim gets on the call, we can ask for a response on the concerns, committee members. Right now, there's many items, many events going on right at the same time, so I'm sure there are other calls. So how do you wish to proceed? You want to just, and Mr. Harker Smith and Ms. Benali, thank you for bringing this issue forward, and we will await the documents, and then from there, I think we can basically get questions lined up for how to get, I guess the main thing, I'm getting two messages. One, you don't have a contract in place. The other message is you have a contract in place. And the other message is invoices presented aren't being paid.
Yes, this is Scott Hawker Smith. Thank you, Honorable. So yes, we do have a contract. Invoices, yes, we're still waiting on invoice payments, but yes, we do have a contract with facilities maintenance.
Okay. And the invoices, what is the time period that aren't that you presented and they aren't being paid?
Some of the invoices are from July that are backdated. My knowledge is that Facilities Maintenance Department has worked hand in hand with us to get these invoices paid out. So I'm not aware of where the chain breaks, but they've worked very diligently and hard for us. So, and we continue to carry out the mission.
What is the total value of the invoices that aren't paid?
Currently, it's around $3 million.
God dang.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Harker Smith.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's just, the latest information we had was that OMB, their offices are shut down, and OOC, they're working by telework. So it'd be hard to try to pin down where the chain breaks. But we'll do our best to get you answers. we certainly appreciate the fact that you're continuing to fill the duties as outlined in your contract. And
thank you, Your Honor.
The committee will do as much as possible within their oversight capabilities to get you paid.
Thank you very much. We'll be here to help.
Sheila, thank you. Committee members.
Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Che, go ahead, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, and presenters. Thank you. You mentioned that you've covered the whole Navajo Nation. I'm supposing that means Tuba City also here in the western area.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bottleway Gap, Copper Mine, Fitchie. Has Tuba City, Fitchie, Kaibito, Tonalea, Copper Mine, have they requested your service? Because they had some exposures in these chapters. And so the name of your company never came up anywhere in the discussion, and I wasn't aware of it either. So who to contact, I was never made aware of. So I do know of a company here that works in our area, affiliated with Antelope Point Marina. And because they would like to have a good rapport with the Navajo chapters in my area, they approached me and wanted if I needed any help advertising, defogging their workplace, that they would be willing to help me. So that's who I've been using, because I haven't heard of Southern Solutions yet. And I'm not aware that these chapters that I've mentioned have requested your service, and if you were in this area. The company that I speak of have clean Tuba City chapter, clean Copper Mine chapter, I believe, a couple times. The Chi chapter a couple times. Kaibito chapter and the senior citizen there also a couple times. And also another the department building in Tuba City area. So this company that helps us does that without charge, mainly because they wanted to build a very good working relationship with the local communities. So I don't know why, but as I mentioned, I have not heard of Southern Solution, or if the chapters I mentioned have requested your service. I'm just curious, or I guess I'm looking for answers. Why your company name was not available at the chapter level. I wasn't aware of it myself. So that's why we were seeking to get our buildings sanitized. That's just my spiel for this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Harker-Smith?
Yes, we are doing work in the Western Agency. We actually had a technician on the ground in Tuba yesterday, and I have all the files for every 213 we've received that we've responded to. Again, I can't keep it all in my head, but I have it all logged from when we did it and completed from our technicians. So I believe this would be something that if you guys were wanting a packet, this could be something that would be in that packet. So then you can review. Again, as I talked about in my presentation and in my report, we have covered almost every area of Navajo Nation at one point, but we are looking to do it more frequently in some of the further out areas. We have set up in more disparate areas as well, such as Alamo and Tohajale. But again, you can see our sticker after we clean on the doors. So as far as some of Copper Mine, some of the different places that you mentioned, I'm not sure. I'm actually pulling up our database right now, but I would put in a request in with FMD if they need our services, and then we'll be there the same day. That would be my answer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Harker-Smith.
Chair, follow up.
Oh, go ahead, Sir Che. Honorable Begay. Go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Thank you for the response. Thank you, Shache. Thank you for the response on this concern. I would like to get a contact information, maybe given to Beverly, and then relate to me, so I can be able to share it with my chapters that I oversee. Because yeah, we do need that contact number. But as I mentioned, I wasn't aware that there was such a company doing work for sanitizing Navajo chapters. So that's my only request. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Herman Begay.
This is Herman Begay.
Do you have knowledge of how many companies have been contracted to do the cleaning of facilities?
Okay, we have contracted, and the president has signed three companies. One is that SSE. The other two was from the Division of Health that they recommended be added on. So that was added on maybe a month later or so. But we haven't received anything from them. I forget what their names was, but I believe Katrina Nelson is on the line. Do you know Katrina?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. My name is Katerina. I'm the Senior Office Specialist with Facility Maintenance Department. And the two decontamination services contracts that we have, in addition to Southern Solution Environmental, is AMPM out of Arizona and then Envirotech out of New Mexico.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Chairman, this is Mr. Begay again. There is a protocol involved. I don't believe everybody knows about it, but if there is a positive case, they're supposed to go contact the health command center and get a 213 form, and they send out an investigator, or in this case, some safety officers, and they go out there and they investigate. And then they determine if the spraying should be done. So that is the protocol on that side. If there's a case within the reservation on the chapters, there are supposed to reach the Health Command Operation Command Center and let them know. And then in turn, they let us know.
Okay. Yes, thank you for making that clarification.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Nelson,
This
go
is
ahead.
Kat again. Okay, so I was trying to talk on previous conversations that had were spoken about on this call, and one, Mr. Herman Begay does touch base on it, and it's very important because when people do contact us and they don't know where to start, it really starts at the Health Command Center, and they tell the people that do have a possible COVID positive exposure to go to the website, which is on the DOH website, and then you go to report exposure. There's a link, and you go to the portal. When you go to the portal, there's a turnaround time of approximately 2 to 5 days before it reaches our office. So that's one of the issues that was addressed, that there is a paperwork process, because when they do get it through the portal, I don't know how long it takes for them to receive it through the portal, and then for the Health Command to do their contact tracing to determine if the building was compromised. So there is a 2 to 5 day wait before it comes to facility maintenance department. And when it does come to facility maintenance department, the approximate time is 4:50 p.m. So with that time, it's not a lot to, because they do have point of contacts, and it takes about maybe 30 minutes to an hour and a half to contact the point of contact, and then to address, to initiate these cleaning services with SSE. So it does. I think that portal really takes time away from the cleaning to be done. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then if I may touch base on another issue that pertains to the invoicing of Southern Solution Environmental, we have currently 4 receiving records at Navajo Nation Office of the Controller, and one out of the 4 has been completed, which is in the amount of $44,000. And that check was printed on November 17th, but has not been received by Southern Solutions. I did indicate on the receiving record that I did not want that check to be mailed, that I would make the time to pick up the check. But, pertaining to the Office of the Controller's protocols, these checks have been mailed out. Now 1 check is missing. The other 3 are pending, and they were sent to purchasing department on three different occasions and have not been inputted into the FMIS system yet. And it's very concerning to me because I don't, there's no time frame that I can give Southern Solution on when they're going to receive their check.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
You're welcome.
So the invoices go to you first before it goes to OMB and to OOC.
Yes, it does go to me. I receive the invoices, and then it goes to Herman for approval. I complete the receiving record, and then I take it to our division director, Lamardo. After he signs it, it goes to purchasing, and purchasing is where it seems like it's being held up at. I have emailed Jeremy Ben regarding the 2 invoices that I submitted to, get the status on it, but I have not gotten a definite response from him. So I know it goes to purchasing and then it ends up at accounts payable. From there, I don't know what happens.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
So I committee members, it looks like we'll have to also involve the Department of Finance to get some of these issues addressed. Committee members, anybody else have a question or make a statement?
Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Chair, good morning. This is Edmund Yazzie. And also to all the committee members and to everyone that's listening, just tuning in. If I may, going back to President Nez's Facebook Live, and now I'm on this call here, I just wanted to say, Chair and committee members, that, with this cleaning that is being talked about, if we can also, of course, we advocate for our chapters, and if we can get, that too toward our chapters, which is Mariano Lake, Pinedale, Church Rock, Yamato, and Tharoon Smith Lake, and just for the record, and we also can look into that too with this cleaning area. So I just wanted to mention that, Chair and committee members, sir.
Yes, thank you. And as the staff with general services, specifically facilities, the starter for getting those services is the filing of the 213s to the Health Command Operations Center. And then from there, then the request comes back to facilities. And then from there, then the notice goes out to these, it sounds like 3 contractors. So that's what, and those items we were aware of, and so with instructions or communication to your chapters, then make sure that they document their needs with the 213.
Okay, Chair, thank you, committee members. I know our chapter submitted the 213s, but okay, thank you, Chair and committee members.
But we'll with that, Mr. Begay and Ms. Nelson, be on the lookout for those chapters that Honorable Edmund Yazzie highlighted, as well as the ones that Honorable Paul Begay highlighted in the area that he represents also. And thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I will get in contact with the Health Command Centers in regards to those 213 forms and find out the status on where they might be.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Chair, this is Gary Slater.
Go ahead, Cecilia. Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, do we have a written report from the program and the contractor? I just would appreciate if the content that was shared could be written down so that, like you said, you can communicate a little bit better with our chapters and express what was shared here today. That's my only request. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With Mr. Harker Smith, Mr. Herman Begay, and Ms. Katarina Nelson, if you could give us a briefing statement and the processes that are to be followed. We would appreciate it, and that way we can share it with our colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Okay, Shanantai. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. And the recorder would be Beverly. Who do you want to send this to? Beverly?
Yeah.
Can I get her last name?
Martinez.
Martinez. Okay. Southern Solution has a brochure, and we will get that brochure to you guys and we to Miss Martinez, and we'll work on that today.
Thank you. We appreciate your cheerful and immediate response.
Chair, this is Wanika.
Thank you.
Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, Chair and members of the committee, for the information that we got. I'm still a little bit concerned because of the amount of invoice that has been paid, and also the process, having to contact the Health Command, and then from there to facility maintenance. If these companies are already under contract, I was just thinking about Southern Solutions brochure. Does that have the process in there? I'm a little bit concerned about what Honorable Begay is requesting. And Mr. Hawker-Smith said we can be there that same day. And I don't think he can do that because of the process he has to go through. Is there a way that we can work with facility maintenance and all that? Because Ms. Nelson said it takes about 2 to 5 days to finally get to the point where they can do the work. If they're already under contract, you would think that arrangement could be made immediately so that they can get the chapters or whatever clean, because some of these chapters have been closed, and especially now with the virus going up again, some of them are closing up again because of people being tested positive. So maybe we can work on the process. If there was no contract, well, I can understand a person going through the regular process. Then we need to go through all this process. But I think maybe there could be in the contract, then have to go through all this process again. And a lot of times when we're using these funding, we're told that it just has to be related to the virus and get that. No. But then we institute all these processes, and it just makes it a longer process for them to do the work. Maybe somehow we can make some amendments so that we could get those people out to those locations sooner than having them to wait for all these processes to go through. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Edison Winika. Boy, it's hard to kind of like provide guidance when we don't have a copy of the contract or we don't have a response from the folks at the Health Command Operations Center. Pending these documents that we're requesting from facilities and Mr. Harker-Smith, perhaps we can bring the folks from the Health Command and Department of Health back to the table on a subsequent committee meeting, because it is I guess hard to have companies be responsive when they're waiting for the green light. And how do we shorten that process? I agree with you, Honorable Winika.
Mr. Chair,
yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, okay, this is Katerina again. We do have in our contract states there are routine services. The routine services has really benefited Navajo Nation, because waiting for these 213 forms from the Health Command Center, when these departments that are compromised and they're on our routine schedule, it really helps, because when we get aware of the building getting compromised, the building has already gone through its routine cleaning, and some of these routine cleanings happen 2 to 3 times a week, and it really helps, because by the time we get the 213 forms, we're already filling it out stating that it was already cleaned due to the routine. So it really gives these departments a good peace of mind, and I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Chairman, so this is Dana. Can I ask a question?
No, you certainly can, Ms. Barbara. Thank you for joining the call. I was.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm kind of in and out, but a lot of other calls today. But just for the record, this is Dana Bobroff. I'm Chief Legislative Counsel, and I'm not sure exactly who this question will go to, but I'm curious as to when these contracts end, and I'm presuming if they are funded with CARES monies, they end December 30th. So I'm curious as to what is the plan after December 30th? And what
That is such an
plan
awesome question. That is a really, really good question, Barbara. My name is Kat. I'm with Facility Maintenance Department, and that was kind of a concern that I wanted to bring up to this conversation. We do have a deadline of December 30th. However, we do have a different deadline for the 15th of December to utilize the money that was allocated to be contracted. So we're giving Southern Solution a deadline of December 10th, which is in a few days. We're giving them a deadline of December 10th to complete their routine schedule up until the 30th so we can secure Navajo Nation departments with cleaning up to the 30th. And in addition to that, we give them another deadline of December 10th. When was it? Cheryl, if you're there, can you help me? What was that deadline for the, trying to pull up my calendar.
Yeah.
A deadline of December 10th. So our routine deadline is December 7th, and our emergency decontamination services is on December 10th. So we can get all the receiving records in by the 15th, which is our deadline to utilize these monies allocated. If not, the remaining funds within this contract goes back to the hardship assistance program. So, you know, that's very concerning to me because 15 days is a long time. And with the holidays approaching, there is going to be a spike with COVID cases. And that, you know, that's my concern, as well as what happens after December 30th. We would like to keep Southern Solution working with the Navajo Nation as well, you know, working between facility maintenance and Southern Solution Environmental, and keep that contract in place just to, you know, after December 30th. And I don't know where we would go to, you know, make sure, you know, get this contract to continue after December 30th.
Thank you for that info. I may be reaching out to you for more info, but just a heads up that the Budget and Finance Committee on Tuesday approved the fund management plan for the donations that the nation has received. And they will be putting together the Department of Emergency Management will be putting together funding, a budget for those funds. And it would seem to me that this would be an appropriate place to, an appropriate way to fund this type of work after December 30th. So that's just a heads up that there is most likely an option for you. And thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to answer question and ask a question. Now I have to get back on another call. Thank you.
Before you leave, Ms. Barbara, leave, Ms. Barbara, do you have knowledge that the FEMA funds are still available for use after in the new year?
Chair, that's a great question that I don't have an answer to, but I will see what I can find out.
Okay, yes, you know, with the original emergency declaration, it just seemed like, you know, some of the chapters had been spending their monies and then submitting their request to the FEMA, but they were only being reimbursed at 75% of what they paid out. So in that aspect, if that emergency declaration is still in place, perhaps then that's where the chapters and the departments could, the nation could look to. So that would be some thoughts.
Okay,
but
I will look into that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, are you still there? Committee members, can you hear me?
Oh, I was on mute. Sorry. With that, committee members, do we have anybody else that would have a concern?
Chairman?
Chair, this is Wanika.
Chairman,
Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying about maybe we can get some of these people together. I really think we should, because I think the command center, with all the requests they get, I think they're backlogged. Because we only have a few days left. So one thing I would really appreciate is those companies to just be out there hitting all the buildings that need to be cleaned. Because we can't wait any longer, especially the time, it seems like it's getting shorter. The 30th, 15th, and then December 10th, there's some chapters are closed because they need to be cleaned before they can reopen. Other buildings are like that too. So if we could do something immediately, I think that will really help getting those facilities clean.
Kusila, yes, definitely. I mean, it just seems like, the work has to continue no matter these other deadlines. It doesn't have deadlines. It doesn't, some of the predictions is it's going to go into the fall of 2021. So, a crikey. We just have to keep up the due diligence of cleaning the facilities. So,
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Speaker David.
Oh yeah, David Phyllis. Thank you for joining us, and certainly you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman, and to members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I've been listening in on this discussion, and it seems that taken from your guidance just now, Chairman, and from the concerns of other members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, is that I know how important this is. I know how important Southern Solutions has been working on numerous different offices. I haven't had a clear, update on how they're helping assist the Navajo chapter houses, but I think that's definitely a priority, as you can hear from colleagues who have been on the line or are currently on the line. My question to you, Mr. Chair, is that knowing that this deadline's coming up, what we can do at the Speaker's office is we can start working together with Speaker's legislative staff members, probably. I know Mr. Donovan Henley's on the line, can start working together with Dr. Jill Jim and the Health Command Center, and then also with the facility maintenance management services and looking at a direction of possibly extending this contract. but also seeking guidance from the recommendation from Dr. Jill Jim too as well. And then also seeking direction from an emergency management individuals on trying to see what the best possible solution recommendation is. And we can draft that, put that together, and then formally present that back to Ms. Barbara, and she can start drafting a legislation and utilizing some of those funds as indicated. I do believe there's almost $8 million that was given to the nation in donation services, and those funds need to be expended on services. This will be a direct response and an effort to continue those services. As you indicated, Mr. Chair, it's not like the pandemic's going to stop on December 30th and everything will be good on December 31st or January 1st. We still have an obligation to make sure that our employees, our chapter houses, ourselves are safe and no matter what branch they are in, and making sure that steadfast response is there, Mr. Chair. At the direction from HESI, the Speaker's office can start working on that. So that's just a formal observation I'm taking from this report. So again, here for the time, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Committee members, we have recruited Speaker to help us push forward some of these issues that has come before us. Committee members, anybody else as we go forward and regarding the report, moving parties, perhaps you would want to include some additional amendments to receiving the report.
Chairman, so this is Vice Chair Smith. I'd like to make a comment or a question.
Oh, yeah, there's Attila. Thank you for joining us on the call. We're all awaiting availability of Area Director Rosalyn So, but this particular matter is a Navajo Nation concern, and I appreciate you joining us and all the other 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates that have joined this call. Please provide some input and comments and place questions too, so that we can really get a good picture of how we can best proceed. Cecilia, go ahead.
Thank you, Shania, Chair So of the Health and Education Human Services, and Vice Chair Slater, and the committee members, Abin, and belated Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas coming up. Keshmish Yezdo, Keshmish. I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me to say a few things, and hearing that the chapters will be getting a service that is needed. I guess my question would be, there's 110 chapters out there, and time is of the essence. And are we contracting out to professionals, or are we just relying on our facility maintenance to provide the service? I know that trying to accommodate 110 chapters within less than 30 days now, December 30th, is going to be a big monumental task. I don't know if we have certain chapters that were already cleaned, but how is that going to be approached? And I know CARES Act money is being used, and the facility that our chapters utilize some are shut down, some are on limited basis of hours? And how's that being coordinated? And are we going to be able to facilitate all the 110 chapters? Are they going to be all facilitated? Are we going by agencies? Are we just going by alphabetical order? Or how's that being done, Shenandoah? Because there is chapter planning meetings that's happening, and some officials would like to have that information to understand where they're at on the particular, I guess, order that's on behalf of that. And is there communications with the Tla'ahnasnali to open the doors and let the cleaning committee or cleaning people come in and do their cleanup for this COVID-19 and to prevent COVID-19? Shenandoah, that's my thoughts or my question on that behalf. Thank you, Chairman So.
Chairman, may I answer that question? This is Gabriel.
Thank you, Cecilia. Let's let Mr. Gabriel Freeland and then, of course, Mr. Herman Begay and Miss Katarina Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. In response to Council Delegate Smith's question, it's a joint effort between Navajo Nation Facility Management and contracting out Southern Solution, a professional cleaning company, decontamination company. There is a schedule that has been developed that allows us to do the routine cleaning and then tackling all of the contaminations that come in when they do happen. So there is a schedule. We have been hitting a lot of the chapters. There's a team big enough that SSE has been able to put together that are in the outlying areas of the Navajo Nation that are ready to strategically address the decontamination. So I just think getting that information to you, getting that schedule out to you guys so you guys see it, and allowing the routine cleaning to continue will at least address most of the 110 chapters, even though a good percentage of the chapters have been at one point been paid attention to. It's just the recontaminations that are the ones that come up. But in a nutshell, Mr. Chair, Mr. Smith, and members of the committee, there is a joint effort between facility, the Navajo Nation, and SSE. That's my response, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Cecilia, going back to your initial, the way that I'm understanding is a particular organization or a particular office or a chapter has to file a 213 to demonstrate that a chapter has personnel that tested positive and they need decontamination. And from there, then the command center refers it to facilities. And then from there, the facility folks contact the contractors. And so there is, I guess, in the order of receiving the request for decontamination is the order that is followed, as I'm understanding. And this is something, and even for the HES committee, this is new information. And so that's where we're at this particular point in time. In your work with your chapters, they got to file the 213s. And I guess, and let's just acknowledge HES members and members of the Navajo Nation Council. We're not giving preference to Southern Solutions. It's just a matter that came to our attention. There are other companies that are in the cleaning and decontamination business. And 2 other companies were named, and I'm sure there's other companies that have been formed. And we have to realize that, and if they are majority Navajo owned, then they should be getting the preference. But in this matter of where we've basically focused on the matter that's brought to our attention of this company that is listed on our agenda, we again are not touting preference for them. It's just a matter that they have unpaid invoices, and that's how this matter comes to us. Mr. Speaker, and members of the council, I hope my very kindergarten knowledge of the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, I really feel like I had to say that.
Chairman, if I may, this is Katerina again.
Yes, Ms. Nelson, go ahead.
Okay, to answer Delegate, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. His question.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr.
Raymond Smith. Okay, let me get that. Raymond. Honorable Raymond Smith, to answer your question, the 213 forms go to the Health Command Center, and then they're forwarded to Facility Maintenance Department. However, we do some of these chapters do contact us directly, and when they do, I am willing to help. I'm doing the best that I can to walk the individual calling through the portal, because some of them don't have access to internet. Some of them don't have access to a computer because they're compromised. So everything that they have access to, they can't get to. So that's another situation. So if the calls come to me for either the chapters or the department, I drop everything that I'm doing and I assist them, because it's about a 20-minute process. And that's how I'm trying to initiate these cleaning services for these departments that need that. And it requires a facility maintenance work order form, which I also assist them if they don't have access to a computer. So the feedback that I get is when they do call the Health Command hotline, all they're told is enter into the portal with no assistance. And if you do enter a report through the database on the COH website, it just basically asking them the questions and filling in the portal, which is why I know the timeline is anywhere from 2 to 5 days, because I help these departments that do reach out to me with the process. So that's why I know there is a timeline of 2 to 5 days. So when that occurs, there is a point of contact that is required, meaning a person that is available when Facility Maintenance Department or Southern Solutions calls. So that point of contact needs to be available, and they need a working number. Right now, to facilitate cleaning services for these chapters, the biggest issue that Southern Solution is running into is being able to get a contact person. So if we can get contact listings for these chapters, a direct contact, that would really help us get these chapters taken care of. And if I may reiterate that Southern Solution has, to this day, a majority of their decontamination technicians Navajo. So they are employing Navajo applicants, and that's their preference. Navajo preference is the way they go when doing their hiring process. So it is also giving back to the Navajo Nation community in that perspective.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelson. And again, as a program person, we can't be touting and giving free advertising for any companies. We have to be neutral. Honorable Raymond Smith.
Yes, Shania, go ahead.
Your questions answered?
Yes, that was thorough and appreciate that. And I'll let the chapters know that if there is anybody that has contacted or has that COVID-19 and if they need the chapter cleaned, they can go through with the form of 213. And I hope that, and I appreciate that. Not I hope, I appreciate the information that you provided, and it's good to know that. And the process that leads up to getting a chapter back to operational standards. Shania, the committee members and those that are involved in this, and thank you for the answers. And I see that take care of your family members, your loved ones, your relatives, your friends, your neighbors, and wherever you go, make sure you keep yourselves well aware that COVID-19
Thank you.
Chairman So, this is Delegate Rick
Tilla, go ahead. Honorable Chair Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Shana, honorable members of the SC committee, for this discussion that I've been listening in on this morning. Are we saying that chapters need to apply with that 213 in order for chapter buildings name? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Ricky Nez. Mr. Herman Begay, Mr. Freeland, and Ms. Nelson.
I can answer that question.
Go ahead, Ms. Nelson.
So if there is a possible positive exposure, there's a possible positive exposure. What the Navajo chapters need to do is go to the DOH website, and then they have report exposure link on their website. They click on that link, they enter their information. It's going to ask for the point of contact and a phone number. The phone number should not indicate the chapter number unless they're going to be there to answer the call. So preferably a cell phone number. And then from there, they initiate what date that the exposure occurred, and you know, if it's a Navajo Nation entity or if it's a chapter, there's different, or public safety, and then you submit your exposure report, and then it goes to the Health Command Center. From there, the Health Command Center does their contact tracing, and then they, you know, whatever happens there at the Health Command Center, and then it finally gets to a 213 form getting completed, signed off by Dr. Jill Jim, and then it's to Facility Maintenance Department. So if you guys want cleaning for routine services, we can get these chapters on this routine, but we really need a good contact person, and we need a good contact number. So when we are in the area, when SSE is in the area, they're able to have access to the building. Because if there's no access to the building, then they move on to another chapter. And it sounds like, you know, the chapters, they need the services. They really do need them. So if we can get a good contact person for these chapters, that would really help the process to get these decontamination services brought to the chapters. Does that make sense?
Follow-up, Chairman?
Go ahead, Honorable Chair Rick Ness.
Thank you very much. So what I'm hearing is not all chapters will be disinfected or cleaned, only if they report that there's been an exposure to COVID-19 is what I'm hearing. Thank you.
No. No. We do want to, Facility Maintenance Department would like to get these chapters taken care of on a routine basis. And we're working with Southern Solutions to get these taken care of. What we're lacking is a point of contact. When the calls are being initiated by Cheryl Benally, there's no answer. So that's what's really hurting the schedule. If Cheryl's on the call, can you please explain how getting the chapters?
So, Miss Nelson, regarding your answer, okay, the company that's contracted basically can respond to a 213, but facilities maintenance also has a program for routine cleaning and decontamination. Is that what I'm hearing? And that's the basis of Chairman Rick Nez's question.
Yes.
So you have two programs.
Yeah, we have two programs. We have the routine, which really helps when it comes to an exposure. So instead of waiting 2 to 5 days with these routine services, the Southern Solution has access to these buildings, so they're cleaned in a very efficient time, as opposed to when it does get inputted into the exposure report with the DOH, it takes more time. So if we get these chapters on a routine and there was an exposure, the chances of the routine services already taking effect is, you know, it's good because the chances of the chapters going through the routine cleaning, the cleaning has already been done. when we receive the 213 form. So if we can get, if facility maintenance department can get contact people for each chapter, that would really help get us into a routine with these chapters.
Thank you. And what I'm understanding is also the chapter, whether it be the senior center, the Head Start, or the chapter facility administrative offices and the chapter meeting room, when they get clean, they're not going to be charged.
No, they're not going to be charged because it's,
Okay.
they're not going to be charged because it's in our contract.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Colleagues on the call, well, I guess the next step, it behooves us to get our chapters to get a reliable contact number and person to Mr. Begay and Miss Nelson.
Thank you.
Oh, colleagues, anybody else?
Thank you, Chairman. So,
Chairman, so this is Delegate Brown.
Oh, go ahead, Cecilia. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Just one quick question. If Kat could just forward the information so I can contact the contact information to my chapters, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Delegate Brown, I will do that.
And Ms. Nelson, just go ahead and include all the rest of the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Sure.
Okay. Anyone else? Colleagues? Committee members? Any follow-up?
We've been on for a long time, this one subject, and we have many pressing items that we need to attend. We basically had the same question asked about 4 different times now, and I'm afraid we're going to keep doing that since we have a lot of our colleagues on the line.
Okay. I got to honor this, a fellow, So, Honorable Eugene So. You have the floor.
Hey, I just so share the information and also the other stuff. That's all I want to say. Really be careful about this. It's getting really bad. As Diego ended after the Thanksgiving. So all that San Diego area. Thank you. I'm just listening on Houston's time.
Thank you. With Vice Chair Slater's urging, committee members, let's go to a roll call vote to accept the report and include the request for additional information from the presenters. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay. By chance, is Navajo Area IHS Director, Ms. Rosalyn So, on the call? She's probably on another call. So we'll proceed to the next item on the agenda, Ms. Beverly Martinez.
Mr. Chair and members, the next report is Community Organized Relief Effort. Presenter is Honorable Amber Scotty. Chair and members.
Okay, and let me just, for the record, could we have our colleagues that have joined on the call that haven't spoken? Could I just get a verbal confirmation from you so that we can show it on our attendance sheet?
Mr. Chair.
Oh.
This is Delegate Herman M. Daniels, Jr. I'm on the line for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman. Oh.
Shana, this is Thomas Walker.
Oh, yeah, this is Tele. Oh.
I'm on the line. He's inside. Yeah, echo. So, yeah.
Oh. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so
Chair, Slater.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. I messaged Director So, and she said that she was joining now, and I was trying to tell her that we want to be responsive to her and her staff schedule as well. So, Director So, are you on the line now?
And the reason I was calling was I was going to ask the committee to suspend floor rules so that as soon as she got on the call that we would put her there, because I think she was third or fourth on the report list.
I concur. Because I believed you were doing that, I just wanted to let you know that she texted me that. So I don't know if you want to wait another moment or if we should proceed to core. Yeah.
Well, let's proceed to core, and then from there we'll get to the IHS report. With that, committee members, I'll call the report update from core and Shemayaja. Ms. Amber Knezba Crotty, you brought this report to the attention of the HES committee. You have the floor.
During the report from CORE, respective time from the committee, just yield to the program to provide an overview. Stand by any questions or guidance from the committee to assist them in entering the MOU, MOA with Department of Health. And I just want to report to the committee that we're here with Western Skies and IHS providing thermometers to our police department for the Northern Agency. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, the representative from CORE, Community Organized Relief Effort. You have the teleconference floor.
Good morning. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for taking the time. I know everyone has a lot on their plate, so I will try to be succinct as possible. I did send a brief presentation to Beverly. Would it be possible to put that up on the screen sharing, or if I can do screen sharing myself, if that makes sense. And if not, I can just send the presentation to the group, whichever one we think is the best route to go.
We're not all on Zoom.
Okay.
Some of us are with using our iPhone. So if you could share your presentation in the PowerPoint format, and then and share it with Miss Beverly Martinez, our legislative advisor, and she can share it with all our colleagues on the call.
Wonderful. That's easy. Thank you. I will do that when this call concludes. So as I said, my name is Shira Goldstein. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our report. Community organized relief effort was started about 10 years ago by the actor Sean Penn and has since migrated from a focus on emergency response in the Caribbean to now being heavily involved in the COVID-19 response throughout the entire United States. So our primary focus throughout much of the US is COVID testing, contact tracing, and wraparound services. And within the Navajo Nation, we came in initially as a partner with Johns Hopkins and the Center for American Indian Health in the same capacity, which was supporting Johns Hopkins efforts in their partnership with IHS with testing and contact tracing. And CORE was providing directly the wraparound services in the form of hygiene kit distributions, as well as erecting these temporary shelters. So our hygiene kit distribution is an ongoing process. We've distributed over 30,000 hygiene kits throughout the entire nation to date. Some of those were in conjunction with President Nez and his effort for voter registration and the census drive, working alongside our partners, World Central Kitchen, to try to entice people to come in and sign up for the census, receive a hygiene kit and a food box. And the rest of our hygiene distribution efforts are through various pods, chapter houses, and IHS representatives. And hopefully many of you have seen our kits going out. The goal with those kits is to focus on elders, people who've had COVID, or people who've been identified via contact tracing, just to try to promote, good, safe practices, people staying at home, and the ability to protect family members if one person's identified as positive. The other component of our project is what Delegate Amber Crowdy was alluding to, which is our shelter program. And we've been working directly with Dr. Jill Jim and the health department and the HCOC based in Window Rock. And this program really is a health-based strategy to look at those that are elders, those that have coexisting morbidities, of the types of morbidities that we know are very dangerous, where if someone does contract COVID, the results can be severe for them, as well as those who live in overcrowded households. So the shelter program looked at those three criterias, and we decided that as this was a health strategy, we would work through the CHRs and the PHNs, and we would essentially start in the Western Agency, move service area by service area, and cover the entire nation. So these are resources that we have garnered internally and presented to us essentially through private donors and fundraising efforts. And it is our goal to complete a minimum of 300 homes across the entire nation. These shelters are meant to be semi-temporary. They are a shielding mechanism. So it is our attempt to prevent these elders and to prevent those that have comorbidities from getting COVID to begin with. And the way that this is done is we work with the CHRs. We identify, through their community-based knowledge, who are these individuals that have these coexisting morbidities, who are the individuals that are over 65, and also these individuals that live in overcrowded houses. And we qualify an overcrowded house by 2 or more people in 1 bedroom. And that is a really important distinction, because part of the community spread that we're seeing is, let's say you have 7 people in a house and you have 2 bedrooms. It's easier to stay apart during the day when you're moving around, but when you come home for the evening, if you're all sharing the same air, if you have an elder sharing the space with a younger person who's, due to necessity, going in and out for work or for water or for grocery stores or for any of the essential needs that people are going in and out of their households for, the chances that there's an increased risk to that elder due to the need of sleeping and staying in the same room increases quite exponentially. We also recognize that there is a very important family component to this, and we want to provide people the opportunity to take care of each other, and for the families to stay together. So these shelters are built on the home site. So essentially, you have your primary house, and then these shelters are built right next to the home. And they're built in a location that the homeowners tell us to. Essentially, these shelters are built on the site. So we bring all the raw materials, we bring our team of carpenters and foremen, they come to the home, they speak with the homeowner says, this is where I want the shelter to be built. And within 2.5 days, the shelter is erected. We also supply an additional outhouse, because many of the homes that we're building for, they have a primary outhouse as their means of accessing restroom facilities. And, in an effort to really shield the individual who will be staying in the shelter, we also provide an additional outhouse. So the family now has access to 2 separate outhouses, one for the shelter user and one for the family. And so far, covering Tuba City, part of Dilcon, and almost all of Kayenta, we have built just over 80 shelters. And our next stop is we're looking at expanding into Chinle and Fort Defiance. And as Delegate Crowdy had mentioned, we are really looking forward to continuing our work, and also just kind of soliciting this group for assistance in actually bringing these shelters to the rest of the nation, by support for the MOA process and the finalization as well. This being said, I know that with CARES Act finalization, there's a lot going through the government right now. And so this is said with, the utmost respect for the process. But it is our desire, because we do have the funds to cover the entire nation, to work as quickly as possible. And we just want to ensure that, if there are no major concerns regarding the program itself, and we're always willing to have as many conversations as needed around any concerns, that we can keep going with our work just to get people the shelter that they need. So that is the report of where we are. Our plan is to keep working through June of next year. If we stick to our timetable, we're building between 40 to 50 shelters in each service area. And now that we've begun to really kind of solidify our procurement supply chain and really get a very good system down, it seems like it takes us about 6 to 8 weeks for every service area. And we're starting to now actually build in multiple service areas at once. So our goal is to have the entire Navajo Nation covered by May or June of next year. And one last point to mention that, this is something that we're really, really proud to be able to say is our entire team is all Navajo hired contractors. So throughout the duration of this program, we'll be bringing over $1 million in support directly to out of work carpenters, foremen, and a number of individuals who fall into kind of like assistant positions. So it's something that we're really happy to be able to have as like a secondary outcome of the shelter program, is being able to employ quite a lot of people throughout the life of this program. So with that, I will yield the floor to any questions and end my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. We sure hate to rush you off.
Oh, no.
And basically, committee members, I'd like to perhaps recall her to a subsequent HES meeting to get more detail. And then, of course, by that time, we will have reviewed the PowerPoint presentation. And I really feel like this is something that is of great necessity. It's a great resource that we certainly ought to basically join hands with.
Yep.
And so that would be my thoughts as we proceed. Ms. Goldstein, please understand we have presentation regarding the great surge that's occurring with that pandemic, and we don't want to minimize the contributions that you're willing to provide to our Navajo Nation people. And we certainly appreciate what you're doing and what you have done. And you certainly already know the lay of the land about the great need for housing. Committee members.
Yes, Monica motion to set report with an understanding that we'll put them on at a later date. Yeah.
Second, thank you.
Dr. Begay.
Motion, I'll recognize the motion by Honorable Edison Wanika with a second by Honorable Paul Begay. Again, thank you, Ms. Goldstein. If there's no other question or discussion, we'll, Mr. Mose, call for a report. Go ahead, roll call vote.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Lona.
Malona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Lona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Green. Honorable Edison J. Mika votes green. Chair, I have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. And please, Ms. Goldstein, give staff your contact information.
I will. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Committee members, I'd like to ask for a motion to suspend the floor rules to bring a report from Navajo area IHS.
Delegate Helona, Chair. Yeah. Chair, I'd like to suspend floor rules and move up the presentation by Ms. Rosalind So as our next presenter. Thank you.
Mr.
Chair and members. Mr. Chair and members, the next item is Ms. Rosalind So.
Anyway,
on your approved agenda.
Okay. Thank you. I hadn't even reviewed the approved agenda, so I guess we don't need that motion to suspend the floor rule. So,
can I have Delegate Helona make that motion now?
Oh, it's pick on Helona Day. I'm just kidding, committee members, please. Excuse that comment. With that, Next on the item of our agenda, receiving a report, 5C, report from Navajo Area IHS Director, Ms. Roblinso, and her team of colleagues. Ms. So.
Good morning, Honorable Delegate Chairman So, and I have committee delegates as well. Thank you for allowing us to give you an update. Our situation continues to get a little bit more challenging as each day is moving for us. And last evening, I did make a request to update tribal leaders, tribal officials on exactly what our situation is from the Indian Health Service on the Navajo Nation. Again, as we continue to report and appreciate the opportunity to continue to provide updates, our situation is a little bit different than the first wave that we have gone through earlier this year, and presenting to be a little bit more challenging than what we experienced the first time for a number of reasons. One is, of course, all of the cases, not just on the Navajo Nation, but all around us. And what that does is that impacts our ability to be able to transfer patients out in a timely and efficient manner. That creates a whole lot of other challenges for us, whether they're in our hospitals or just trying to manage our patients accordingly. I also want to state again that my responsibility as a federal official on the ground, I remain committed to being honest with you, to be transparent with you, and to that, I will let you know at this point that our situation is a bit out of control at this point. And with the hundreds of cases that we're trying to manage, our hospitals are at capacity, and we're having up to 24 hours wait time to try to get patients out to a higher level of care, which means that if we cannot support or treat a patient in our hospitals, and we do an incredible amount of work right now, and my staff is doing an incredible job, we are not able to keep up with the demand. We're also looking at trying to figure out the weekend that is coming up that's facing us right now to try to get all available resources to us that is available. So what we're looking for and what we're trying to do right now today, and I'm going to ask Dr. Christensen to elaborate a little bit more on this, but we need help. We need help in terms of all of our tribal leaders to help us communicate to all of our constituents as we have been. But I will say that our situation is changing. Our situation is getting more dire, and we need some help in terms of messaging and communicating. So what we are trying to do right now is to create additional beds in our hospitals. We believe that at this point, creating more space in our facility as safely as possible is the best way to do it. And we're having to do this already because some of our patients were waiting for transport. We're having challenges there just with ground and air transport as everyone is trying to also transport their patients out in a safe manner. We are already suffering greatly by the lack of nursing staff that we have. And so we are, again, looking at all of our resources to try to find nurses that are available to us. And just the supplies, the high-flow machines, sufficient PPEs as far as surgical gloves, those are things that we're all searching for right now that we are having a hard time securing. Our teams have done an outstanding job. They will continue to do that in our hospitals. But some of these things that we're facing are outside of our ability to sort of manage and therefore working as best as we can within those kinds of situations. As of yesterday, I want to just demonstrate our efforts that we were able to get a verbal agreement to transfer out to, for example, to the VA, and this is the VA in Albuquerque for non-VA patients. And the first go around, again, we had some opportunity to be able to transfer non-veteran patients to the VA. We had a craft agreement. The process has changed just a little bit, so we're struggling with that. Nonetheless, we are looking at every resource. Today, we are looking to expand those resources to get verbal or written agreements to be able to transfer from the Arizona side to go to Phoenix or to Tucson, and we're also looking for Shiprock to be able to transfer out to Colorado and out to Utah. Again, these are veteran beds that we're trying to secure for our patients. When we're looking at the numbers, as you all are seeing what we're seeing, the numbers are out of control, and we need to continue to work to try to contain this spread. Part of the other issue that we have is our insufficient number of contact tracers. These are critical positions in terms of trying to make sure that we're staying in front of all of these cases that we're dealing with. As I have reported before, the proper estimate is about 5 contact tracers to each patient that is testing positive. We're barely at 1 to each patient that's testing positive. And we have done our best to try to make sure that we are training people, trying to bring them on the IHS side, looking at all other resources to be able to transport as well. We're also deeply challenged with transport. These are transportations that if anyone is living in the Gallup area near the Gallup Indian Medical Center, you can hear those planes leaving and coming all through the day, and that's a very disheartening situation. Yesterday, and the reason why I asked for an update to the leadership was because we are now at the point where we are looking at our resources. We don't ever want to be in a place that we are at right now, where we're talking about rationing of services and making these very, very hard decisions of who could get services and who may not get services as a result of our situation. So I wanted to provide those limited updates, Mr. Chairman and honorable delegates. I will turn it over to Dr. Christensen to talk a little bit more specifically about what we're seeing at our medical facilities. Dr. Christensen?
Good afternoon, honorable delegates. This is Dr. Christensen. Just to add on to what's already been told to you, at our 3 large facilities, we are seeing ICU use almost up to 100% every day. So we are running out of any available ICU beds. This becomes very important because we are having problems transferring to New Mexico facilities and Arizona facilities due to their own very large surges that are still going on in both states. We are taking care of the patients to the best of our ability and the equipment that's available to us, but this is involving both COVID and non-COVID patients that need ICU care. On our regular floor beds, we are also seeing almost 80% occupancy of those beds. And as Ms. So said, we don't have enough nursing staff to expand much further than we have. We have some space, we have some physical beds, but we need to be able to staff them adequately. So that is becoming a significant problem as we look for ways to accommodate additional COVID positive patients and non-COVID patients who are ill. It is to the point where we are maxed out on the amount of oxygen that we can provide at the hospitals because the oxygen system can only take so much PSI feeding into the building, and the high flow oxygen, which is a therapy we use, it's a machine that helps push oxygen into a patient without putting them on a ventilator. It's very helpful. It keeps people from being on the ventilator And we're using this very widely in all of our service units, including Crown Point and Kayenta. But when you reach a certain amount of that high flow oxygen, our oxygen systems weren't built to provide that much output of oxygen. So we are trying to find ways to bring in additional large tanks to augment our normal supply. But we have also found our vendors for oxygen are running short as well. So they are now competing with all the other companies that provide oxygen for more oxygen to come into their businesses. So we are now looking for other sites, such as the former ACS in Shiprock, with the ISO ACS in Chinle, which we are converting mostly to ACS beds, because piped oxygen was built into those facilities during the first wave. And so we are working to find places to put our patients that need high amounts of oxygen. This is true of a lot of critical supplies because we are peaking at the same time as the entire country. If you look at a heat map, we're all red, except I think maybe Vermont. So we all need high flow oxygen. We all need critical medications. We all need more oxygen tanks. And we are working very hard to get that equipment and supplies. So bottom line is that if we don't stop COVID, we are going to run out of beds, nurses, and supplies. And we will have to then do the very difficult job of deciding who gets care. We do have a very strong policy for that. It's one we hope never to have to use. But I just need you to know that may happen in the near future if we can't slow down the number of COVID cases. So it's incumbent upon us and through your leadership that we have the Navajo people help us by not traveling, by staying home, wearing masks, distancing, and washing their hands frequently. And the hardest part of this is even with your families, you should wear a mask and stay apart. You can't go visit your other family members, your cousins, your aunts and everything, because you may be taking the virus with you, and then we get multiple households that are all sick. So we will provide the best medical care we can. We'll continue to expand beds. We're looking for staff everywhere. We'll fight for supplies. But we need your help because the key to this is stopping the cases so people don't have to go into the hospital. So that is where we are. We're near full crisis status right now. And we hope to stop this and start getting people better and slow down the number of cases. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Director Rosalind So and Dr. Christensen. Committee members. The issue is before you, before the committee.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair and Area Director So and Dr. Christensen. Your presence at this meeting is incredibly appreciated. It sounds like we have an echo. If everyone can make sure that their phones are muted, and if we could have the relevant staff that are monitoring the call make sure that all lines are muted. can hear a hot mic in the background. Sounds like it's gone now. Okay. I want to ask on what steps Navajo Nation Council leadership can take to assist the area. I know that you'd spoken about the referral to VA facilities, and I don't know if that's been updated from the verbal approval. And, you know, I think that at this point we need to have a Navajo Nation Special Council session. Chair So and I had a conversation before the meeting, and he made that recommendation. And the point would be to consider an emergency legislation that would reaffirm the president's major disaster declaration that sounds like it's coming down the pipeline, or it's here right now, and then support the full marshaling of federal resources to assist the Navajo Nation. What I'm hearing is that regionally we can't count on anyone, and the states have to take care of their citizens, and that's how things are going to be handled. So our strongest bet, because of you being a federal entity and us having the strongest relationship with the federal government, is to make further requests. And I think that in other conversations you'd mentioned looking for staffing through DOD, and I think we need to include that measure in the emergency legislation and make that request to the federal government. But just as it's important to have a unified message from leadership on staying home, masking up, social distancing, when you absolutely have to go and obtain essential supplies, I think in our response or our requests, or should we say demands to the federal government, they need to be consistent as well. And so I ask for you to review those items that I just mentioned and then explain any further steps you think we could pursue. I also would like to know what are our surge projections right now. During the first wave, we'd received a lot of updates at the committee level and at the council level elsewhere on when we thought we'd be peaking. And, you know, I don't think that's a totally irrelevant metric right now, because we just keep seeing cases increase, even if it is uncontrolled. What are we looking at? I know there's the updated CDC surge projections, and I think some of your facilities are using those, or all of them are using them. I'm just not as well versed as you are, obviously. And if you could share those for the nation, and then also specifically for Chinle Service Unit, which serves my 5 chapters. Those surge projections, I think, will inform what sort of requests we can make. We know that it's bed space. We know that it's nurses and providers. We know it's equipment to a certain extent. But I think that is something that people can understand. Like, we have this many beds and we need this amount, right? So in New Mexico, what are they saying? In the middle of January, you'll need 2.5 times the amount of beds, but you could need up to close to 5 times or 4.9 times the amount of beds that are presently available. I think this is just ICU beds. I think our people are savvy enough to understand that, right? That my action today by going to visit my brother or my cousin or my friend could lead to the rationing of care for our other relatives that are going to be in the system. And I know that you're probably uncomfortable explaining what that is and what rationing of care is, what resource allocation is, and what the ethical considerations are that your team may have to make. But I ask that you be clear on this call and not this meeting on what that means, and potentially some of the examples. You've presented this sort of information before to the committee. We've been updated on drafts and things of that nature. and the commitment that you, Director So, and Chief Medical Officer Dr. Christensen have provided, the communication transparency, I think, is good. But there are people who are listening in who probably don't understand what that means. I mean, are we going to intubate this person, or are we going to put them in a cot? You know, those sorts of considerations. So thank you for this update, and we're here to support you as best we can. And I shout from the bottom of my heart to all of your providers and nurses and staff.
Chairman, so if I can respond.
Yes, and thank you, Honorable Slater.
Thank you again, Delegate Slater. You know, I mean, none of us, whether we're hospital providers or hospital administrators, are prepared to face what we're facing right now. And within the last 10 days, we have lost additional IHS employees as a result of all the work that we're trying to do. We are scrambling to just manage the data that we have. We're fortunate on one sense that we were able to collect enormous amount of data, but just trying to put out the daily reports that we see that allow us to make good, sound decisions we're not even at that level anymore. We're just trying to keep the data flowing in a very simple manner that we can use to make judgment calls at this point. So even trying to figure out when or who can we get to run some projections for us, some search plans, some search activity for us that we can share. We think that might be helpful to show that if we do these measures, these mitigations, that we can bring these numbers down. I am very sorry. I'll tell you right now, I have no other person that can help me do that. However, I will continue, and I'm reaching out. I believe I have a call later today with CDC. I have another call with COPE later today as well to try to see if we can get someone to come in and help us sort the data. With respect to the rationing of care, again, I'm going to ask Dr. Christensen to explain a little bit more about that. But yesterday, I was on many calls yesterday that's where I made the call that we were going to now explain to tribal leadership, the Navajo Nation leadership, of what our situation is. And that's where the terminology was raised first about rationing of care. And we have providers now that Dr. Christensen has worked diligently to share the policies, but you know, it's one thing to share a policy, it's another thing to carry it out. And to carry out those very, very difficult decisions of who will get care and who doesn't get care, who gets flown out or who doesn't get flown out, if we are even able to secure a bed, is what one of our hospitals was dealing with yesterday. So just trying to wrap our hands and hearts and minds around those decisions that each hospital is having to work on, I think is what I want to make sure that you understand where we are at right now. Part of that means that we will likely be moving pretty quickly to close down some of our healthcare facilities, and what we're going to do is redeploy some of those staff to our hospitals, particularly our medical professionals. And in addition to all of this that's going on that we're trying to, we're still in an emergency situation, so we have to keep our emergency operations fully staffed at all times. 24/7 is what we're looking at right now, so we can monitor the situation day and night as we're trying to do right now. So that is where we are at right now. Don't know how to more clearly explained that we are in a very dangerous situation right now in terms of the capacity of our Navajo area IHS healthcare system. It is being stretched to the limit, and I think that the fact that our staff have been able to come this far to be where we are at today, and knowing that with the numbers that continue to rise, that we still haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're still anticipating this weekend what Thanksgiving will bring to us as a result of the gatherings that may have occurred. We haven't reached Christmas yet. We're still trying to monitor all of our flu activities and also try to stay in front of that, in addition to monitoring the vaccine that could be coming to the Navajo Nation. So that is where we're at, and we will continue to do our part as far as trying to make sure that we can present data that's in a understandable manner. We will continue to find resources that are available to us anyway and everywhere that we can. We will continue, again, to update tribal leadership on everything that we are trying to carry through at this point. So, Dr. Christensen, if you can talk a little bit more, I guess, as candidly as we can about what we're referring to when we're talking about resource allocation. When I first heard that term, it sounds like money. We're talking about money. We're not talking about money when we're talking about resource allocation of care. We're talking about people. We're talking about our families. We're talking about our relatives. And so that's a whole different context for me personally. So Dr. Christensen, if you can talk about that a little bit more.
We have a bowl.
Dr. Christensen?
Sorry, they muted all the phones. Thank you, Delegate Slater, and thank you, Ms. So. Resource allocation is a method or policy or guideline in which we look at the resources that are available to us, which would be ventilators, high-flow oxygen, certain critical care medications that you need to keep someone alive and to give them an opportunity to get better. So when we get to a point where we have no more beds, we can probably physically extend more beds, but the treatment each one of those patients will need, we may not have. So if we have 50 ventilators and we have 60 people that need a ventilator, we will have to decide which 50 get the ventilators. So our policy looks at the health of the person, the potential for recovery, and whether they are doing better or worse than when they first came in. And we have scoring system for that is fair and equitable, because it's only dependent on what you're looking at in the condition of the patient. It doesn't have to take on anything, personal. It is a scientific way we look at how sick someone is and how likely they can recover based on science. This is the way we have to do this to be fair to everyone, is who will have the best chance to survive. And those that don't, we would provide supportive care and comfort care for them, but we may not be able to give them the type of intensive critical care that might help them recover. So this is very difficult. This is very difficult in medicine for doctors and nurses that train to save lives to be able to say we can't save every single person. But that is what will become necessary if we keep having positive cases in the hospital, in the ICUs, and needing high-end treatment like high-flow oxygen, ventilators, specific medications. So if we get to that point, which we may, we invoke this. There is a committee at each hospital that is not taking care of the patient who can look at the health record and the score that they get. It's called a SOFA score, SOFA, and they look at how they do. And they give them a certain amount of time to get better. And if they're getting better, great, we continue to treat them very aggressively. If they're getting worse, or they have a medical condition that is making it worse, like advanced cancer or long-term renal disease where they can't fight this disease, then they make the hard decision to say, we need to give that equipment or supplies or medicines to someone else. There's meetings with the family. They're explain this when the patient comes to the hospital, that they're going to be looked at in this way. And then the conversation is had that we have to take this ventilator or this treatment and we have to give it to someone who can survive COVID. So this is what resource allocation is. It's taking what we have and giving it to those it can do the most good. And that certainly doesn't mean every single person is not important, because they are. And everyone is someone's relative, and we know that. But this is what we have to do when we're faced with a critical shortage of either beds or equipment or oxygen or medication. And this is where we are approaching in our state of crisis. And when we invoke it, of course, you will all be informed that we are now using these rules and this criteria to provide treatment. So this is obviously the worst part of any pandemic or illness, is to have to make those decisions. But we have to if we only have so many resources. So if there's any questions, I'll answer them, but this is one of the most difficult things in medicine that any of us do as providers and professionals. Thank you.
Chair So, can I ask a follow-up?
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you certainly can.
Thank you. Dr. Christensen, I think was it you or Area Director So who mentioned that there was a hospital, I think it was Director So, there was a hospital loaning the high flow oxygen machines within the system to other facilities. Are those, can you elaborate on the distinction between like the scoring methodology? It sounds like maybe that wasn't used at the hospital, and maybe why it wasn't, or if it was, can you inform us, how that went? Thank you.
Yes. That score is used in ICUs, and because we don't do a tremendous amount of critical care in Navajo, it is not typically used. It's just used by doctors to see how someone's doing day to day. But in a crisis situation, it is a very useful score to distinguish the probability of surviving and getting better. As far as flying people out, I think it is tangential or next to this type of triage that we're doing, but it isn't the same in that if we don't fly them out, doesn't mean we won't continue caring for them. We might be able to take care of them. We just want to send them to the very best place. If we cannot send them to that ICU in Flagstaff, Phoenix, Albuquerque, then we put them in our program, and we do our very best to provide excellent critical care and do our best care for them. So and then sometimes a bed will open up, and when that bed opens up, we'll go ahead and send that person out. They're in a queue to go out. The only time we wouldn't send somebody is if, one, they decline to go, which, believe it or not, people do say, I'd just rather stay here, and be here. Or if they have end-stage cancer or something such as that we know it is not going to help them. So we would send the one that would benefit the most from getting critical care. So it is part, you can look at it as part of allocation, but since that's very fluid and we have access to multiple different transfer places, then we would just see if something opens for that patient, but we would provide their care until we can determine whether they'll get an ICU bed or not. The resource allocation that I described is nobody's going out, and we have 2 patients that need the one therapy that we have. That helps.
Chair, can I ask one more follow-up and then I'll stop being a pest.
Go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you. What is the feasibility of using the Chinle ACS as a step down for the service unit? And does that make any sense? I'm just trying to think. I mean, obviously you're the experts and you've thought through all and gamed this out any which way, but what resources that are available? The council paid for this, the nation paid for it, or the federal government, and if it's not being used to its maximum ability right now, I know the last report I saw was like maybe 46% usage, or is it 52? Can it be better served in a different configuration or formatting? And I know that it can accommodate the larger O2 tanks, and we can then get that to help those patients who need it. But if that's the case, I just would like to see as much coordination in order to make that a reality, to hopefully be a pressure relief valve in some sense. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Slater. It is actually being tooled up for that purpose. We have a meeting actually this afternoon to discuss the level of care we can push to support there. We expect all 50 beds to end up being alternative care site beds at a higher level than during the first wave. So I personally would take care of anybody anywhere. If I had the means to do so, we could make it work. So if we can, and we have staffing coming in through PAE, AMI, to make those beds as high a level as we can without being in the hospital. And our goal would be from any facility to offload to our most stable, those who we've gotten off the higher oxygen to reasonable oxygen, because they do have that capability there. There's piped oxygen there, so they have a good supply, and get those people to the Chinle ACS. So that is absolutely in our plans. We're having a clinical meeting with them today to see how far we push this, how high a level of care that we can give there. And I think when you're pushed up against the wall, you adapt whatever you have to take care of anybody where you have to. It's really staffing is one of our challenges. So a PAE has the staffing. That's great. That's step number one. Number two is how can we, and putting the right people there, and they still get good care, but they don't have to be in the hospital. So those are our goals with that, is to use that facility to 100% usage. So thank you for that great question.
Chairman,
Thank you,
so
Dr.
this is the one, if I could add a
Go
little
ahead,
more to that.
Ms. So.
Thank you, Chairman. And also just to give you additional information, we are also looking to ramp back up the the Shiprock ACS. That was a high school that we had built out there for ACS. Again, one of the things that's important to understand is that the first time around, again, we didn't need we could get our patients out. That's not what the situation is. And so trying to ramp that back up, we're in agreement with we're trying to finalize an agreement with the BIA right now, set that back up. Again, that's already piped for oxygen as well. And it's very close to our Shiprock Hospital. So part of that, though, is just making sure that we have staff resources to help us staff that facility when we get to that point. So we are desperately working to get that set back up. We've asked for the Navajo Nation to give us to coordinate with them and get the cots back or the beds back over there to that ACS. Everything is still intact. And so probably over the weekend, we'll be working to set that back up. That will, again, give us a little bit of relief and work to try to staff that up as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. So and Dr. Christensen, committee members. And then colleagues on the phone. Speaker Damon, Chairman Nez, colleague Sumayeza Amber Knezbach Pradi, William Smith, Herman Daniels, Nathaniel Brown. Do you have any questions?
Chair, this is Halona. Hold on a second. This is Halona.
Go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, committee members. And Rosalind, Ms. Christensen, good to hear your voice. I hope you had a good weekend, Thanksgiving. I know you probably were working. Listen, I just had a couple of questions. The thing about, you said you only had 50 ventilators. Have you or anybody put in a request for additional ventilators? And then, I don't know, but maybe you guys don't have any more room for any additional ventilators. But, according to the President of the United States, they had Ford Company build over, 2 or 3 million ventilators, I understand. And they're just stockpiled somewhere unless they're using them all across the country still. But I was just curious about that, if you had any plans for that. And then, according to the experts, what they're saying that this pandemic's going to get worse before it gets better. And, of course, that's if we don't do anything about it. And I understand what you're saying is that we need to get back out there again and get with the community. And of course, I always get when I go to the chapters and visit the chapters, I always tell them to make sure to pass the word around again. We still need to practice our social distancing. We still need to keep our masks on. We still need to do sanitizing our hands and just make it a habit to do it every chance we get. And of course, you have to keep your house clean. But those are just some of the things that we're just going to have to that's going to have to be second nature, I guess you could say, for the time being. Even though we get the vaccine, when it does show up after the fact, we're still going to have wear a mask and do the social distancing for a period of time, even though after everybody gets vaccinated, because there's going to be a whole bunch of people that still have not been vaccinated. As time goes on, maybe they'll all go and get the vaccine. So with that, Chair, Ms. Christian and Ms. So, I just want to say thank you very much again for all your hard work and pursuing, keeping our people cared for and working with all the nurses and doctors and health providers out there. We really appreciate your support and help and caring for our Navajo people. Thank you very much. Chair. I'm sorry, are you still there?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Committee members, colleagues, anybody want to pose a question or make a statement?
Yeah.
Chair, this is Delegate today.
Oh, yeah, Shajah, Honorable Elmer Begay. You have the conference floor.
Okay, hello. Where do your family and then your relatives and then also the committee members, Health, Education, Human Services. So around the greet each and every one of you these holidays. So I know that we're all here. I know that we're talking about something that's, I guess, never through experiencing something that's devastating for a lot of people, families, and throughout the holidays, just how Mr. Delegate Slater mentioned it. That's hard to believe that that some people didn't express or to enjoy the happiness of being Thanksgiving. Then we're looking at the Christmas again, how it's going to be. Some relatives they move out of each home to stay with other relatives, and some people spent their time right now at the hospital. So I know that I've been getting some calls from relatives in Dalcon area and Tisto areas and here on the southwest part of the reservation, where the relatives are being sent off to Phoenix, and most of them, the bats that are available now that I know is in Banner's University Healthcare Center in Phoenix. And then also in Tucson area. But some people, unfortunately, didn't make it back. I just came there. It's something that that my relatives are experiencing right now. So now I understand that how critical it is to have the beds available for. And then not only that, people are trying to quarantine, but it's very hard to do to have to move out, and also and I guess to very learn to. It's easy to read about it, to how to quarantine and be monitoring each other. It's really easy to read about it, but when you're experiencing with people that are in need, to wipe down everything and every day that they have to do, but somebody has to go to work and school has to continue and so my thoughts here, the reason why I've been listening to this conversation is that that I know it's gonna be hard again, that with this hardship funding that people will be getting, will be all going into border towns, and people want to spend money, and people will be in line and for Christmas and all that. It's going to increase again. I don't know how we could control that. I'm very worried about that, just like how the election went. I was very worried about it. It's like that again. So I don't know how we will be controlling that. And when people get this funding, and we've been advocating things that we're putting people at risk again. And people need money. That we understand that people need help. They need to go, once they get that money, once they get that funding, they want to go somewhere off the reservation. I don't know how people will be exposed again. I think we need to be really looking at. So this is just the beginning of a second wave. We're experiencing this, and I don't know. Talking about the third wave, I don't know how it's going to be again. So I'm really interested in listening to this conversation. So my thought here is there priorities that are in place for the Southwest Reservation? I know Windsor Indian Healthcare Center, they don't have any outpatients for that, and the only hospital that they share with is Little Colorado Medical Center, and then down to Flagstaff Medical Center. But other than that, they're all full. So, is there any place that people will be sent to? Is there any other places that I wanted to? That's what I wanted to ask. Is there any places that's going to be opening up with this care funds? Is there any nearby facility that's been built? Since we have millions of dollars, is there any IHS or anybody that, or any place that's nearby that's in operation now? That would be my question.
Oh, Sheila, area director, Miss Rosalind. So,
Thank you, Chairman So, and good afternoon, Delegate Begay. So I am not aware that we're building out any additional alternative care sites at this point anywhere else. I think our focus now is to fully utilize, like Dr. Christensen just mentioned, fully utilize, maximize the Chinle ACS. We're still working to stand back up the Shiprock ACS alternative care site and try to secure the staff that can help us staff those facilities. I do know that there has been additional isolation units that have been opened up. There's now, there was a facility, there's several facilities now in the Shiprock area. There's the Kayenta facility, and then I believe Tuba City and maybe even one in Winslow that's opening up or is available. So we're working on many different fronts to try to make sure that we're covering all of our bases. I will say that there is no doubt that our tribal partners, our Tribal 638 programs, are having the same challenge that we are in securing beds, whether it be in Arizona, New Mexico, or even in Utah. So, that's why the coordination has now become extremely important, that we are all working together, and we do work with the 638 programs. Every morning we meet at 7:30 to evaluate our situation and make sure that we're covering all of our bases. Thank you.
Committee members, colleagues, anybody else?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Che, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the conference floor.
Thank you, Chair. Che, also committee members, Ms. So, Ms. Christensen, thank you for your report. About all we can do, look up to the higher power. Other than the hello, in here the whole Anik at Antel, here or hello. We should go back to our dependency on what brought us here, our faith and our prayer. Whatever kind of faith we have, it helps in keeping us in comfort, as well as helping those that are in need, that are afflicted by the virus. It seems that we do have communication out there telling people to abide by face mask recommendations, hand washing, 6 feet distances, all those. I think the people just got tired of hearing it. They've become complacent with them. They don't think about that anymore. Is there a different way to communicate? Is it time to communicate differently? To re-energize the communication of the importance of this big issue that we now face. This is a whole new level of emergency. The alert level has gone up high now. So we need a new level of communication. ADG Bantaskis from the Department of Health We have people that can relay message very clearly in English and in Navajo. Very articulate in the English language, very articulate in the Navajo language. So perhaps it's time to blast this message on the air or any media that's available out there, Facebook, IAC, and that's yo Jungo Yachi at the neck at you Fort Defiance Hospital knowledge. Mr. Dempsey, very articulate in the Navajo language. People like those, people like that, gifted with, they are well spoken in Navajo and in English, should be put on the air and get that message out to our people. Get that this is a new level, a whole new level of emergency that we're in right now. And we need to get a new form of communication out there. Committee members, other presenters, and thank you for all the work that you do, Ms. So, Ms. Christensen, and everybody in your department. Thank you.
Thank you, Shache. Committee members, colleagues, anybody else?
Chairman. Eugene So. Chairman.
Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker, and then after that, Cecilia, Honorable Eugene So.
Shana, Chairman So, and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, although the presenters from the Indian Health Services Navajo area. You appreciate progress and you appreciate breakthroughs and successes, accomplishments. The report is the other way, very concerning, very serious, very, very upsetting, and very emotional. I see not I see Kisto. I just that's how I am received the report and the comments, questions provided by leadership. And I take it that way. It is serious. I wanted to add on to what my Shanale Paul Begay, his statement, the need to deliver, come up with messages and deliver that to our people. We are the leaders. We are the individuals that have that ability, that have that capacity each and every day. All elected officials across this great land of ours, all 110 chapters have 4, 5, 6 elected officials who were selected, chosen by the voters or by appointments to be spokespersons, to be representatives, to be advocates, to be problem solvers, to address needs and concerns, to address situations as we, similar to things we're talking about here, this health crisis, health emergency. if we step up, if we take what I just said, the reasons we were elected, for those reasons, those primary functions like advocating, representing, problem solving, if we call out to the nation's leadership, there's only several hundred elected leaders that have this job that we're talking about, which is to communicate to our people whatever the need is. Joko e bayat kitot nebe bkhana akot en sunakoti leje bendan zaitna salao peshma an benan president benan odati no dit o kohot ehgi et o kohot edolis akot the Nebanon ani kini haya sha to at ani President of the Navajo Nation Executive Branch, today's Division of Community Development, communicate each other, chapter staff, and chapter officials. Chapter officials, grazing officials, school board members, yot adabatis shistahazan, yot egon jano fizat dat adolad nahotet hazli yiga adolad yan sada kisto naki yalki eda yot lefons nako ada president gi ligifta hoilna oshi chot the net aji jobaje la out of ya in hadan o ajishin kendan shahot adi di shinigit ayenit Nishindan Shinigit out o Behanan still do what edole o John do dani nidole. I see but go. So what let us engage our leaders from the local level. Let's employ them. Let's call for their assistance in messaging our people, our dear Navajo people, our precious people. But echo Kotiti Ishmas and the Yisons Danchina Shehota Nashina, the Schnedida, call hardly enough the highest Idigi Hodlo. A year to go who the needed the Nedo that over Tuscana has then ego G and add-ons that Nana Akota Fahin. Nation Day Kasa Akodo and his real and the hat ushered all this. I need entity to quite I shall not any. I shall and go. But that ordinary did better sit to the shoulder. Another had up it or Nathan Hadden. Those it at the Bohon. Then it cut your own Annahallen. The net never in the Gehegi. Adoled not ada apo shahna adot nakahada inado apo otole abche hit eshit yapahit or nisa anada to tas na halniki it bahit or it johatna na halni aye gonanta shel hasin at anit ada kinil edanit nakahti sanis tui that original way na not to tasta to be gata ze bahalna ha adole bedol nishida enahit fiha okhojigo adol nisa akhid yenad to tasiki johat nigi ila hayula hada ta what is kwil net the one saskisa shusazindo shinanta digitis agi ayego na hoti ska ako sinako did the chairman Shana Honorable So the eight Ben has sa the deal recommendation chance la wadan ayesha at akhid bada hit osa bebsna hodon alit da ilne khage cho khage ado khed ba this hiki أني دايس ستلا أمر بجيا يا هلا بديش yes, so that's the quid she. But I need I got the thought I don't know. Cha need to hold the show the show ego na. I don't let ida Oscar that only day higi. Up it not day the Oscar. I got had nice this la a day key a day ya. Or Hasina la a Bana is ne radio time. So all that resource, all that energy, all that thought put into those messages, political messages, if only something like that can be dedicated, devoted, or obligated towards what we're talking about, this public health crisis we're in. Same level of resources, financial resources, and energy and time on part of people. If we could do that, it would be worth to try. It would be a good effort. Johnston, radio, very powerful medium, and the social media. So, Chidon Eatonson, Shana, Nan, Ashod, Sad Handa Dile Kushi, Kebata is see what other Shayat, Nigi, Ad Anha, Naspit, not the deal, Kafashi, a Sato, Nahai, Naha, Ledato, Letty, Hodon, Letty. I don't need the emergency session, Nijo Koda, Ban Saskes or Satako. Shinant Ado, Selkahasing, is not arguing. They lesson that hold yet Adi Hashne, and they were carried the Sata. Without a donant, Agohan there. Ayat Eho, pizza, phone. They got in shield, not, no, done, Tato, it a J. A Bahazo, it and that. It the national that it what the Jande go Yahajo, she done Sajo, ego. Oh, I in there. Ilaha Lanson, a court, what I saw that this, the other I see the non native actual quite get a Sabe at this thing, so in hopes that, leadership would accept some of my thoughts, concerns, and make it develop recommendations and plans out of it and take some steps towards addressing, the crisis that we're in.
Yeah, it's a list. I think with Edo, as well as area. I came that it Nasco. Health Education Human Service Committee by INSCO, the members. To the colleagues. Kato, the Honorable Slater, Yehatsi, before this Pindan, major laugh out that we have some thoughts, of course, as we listen to the rest of the membership, our colleagues. Kate a Sato. I thought we had a Sato Sato a not just to do that. Thank you. Honorable Eugene So, gentleman from Chinle. Going once, Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, but you know, so phone low battery because I kid. So, it's also over at this. I learned it, I shouldn't. That is not argued. You go hold the hard she late by the home. I was just wondering if there's any out there somewhere else in the state or in the U.S., a machine that's just sitting there. It will never be used while others have to go because of which one's going to go. I was just wondering, are we helping 110 the patients? If there are others out there, machines that were not going to be used, and always go back to regulations. It's right in front of us and can't go by it. Or helping the patients. There are some, I'm pretty sure, and I know Thanksgiving was this year. I'm pretty sure we're going to get another wave, which we do the wave as we go out there, do it ourselves. It doesn't come by itself. It's how I see it. I'm not a doctor, but it's just how I'm visualizing it. And day one, we were informed. We're now just encountering the beast in January. I'm pretty sure we're all going to be going through it. I'm pretty sure there's a place out there on the other side if we make it there. And we pray that we do. But we all need to join hands and fight, meaning that's been said by other delegates with prayers. Of our soul and our heart needs to come one. It's time that we make as one and help each other. Well, we'll make it so we all love again. What we will have is more of that, because we already are made up with love and caring, appreciation. It's a lot of things that we have that we don't use daily has now come before us. We miss people, yes. We miss a lot of people and the huggings. We used to shake hands and laugh. Our young ones, some don't really listen. They have their own laws to go by. There's a time in our life as we were grown where we used to listen to elderly. We're there now, we're experiencing it. I just feel somehow that I don't know how to say how the people is going to be out there when this 2 weeks comes around, of how many people out there went for Thanksgiving. And I'm pretty sure there'll be a time where we have to decide who we save and who not. See that we're going to be looking right at it, and we have to do that by our people that has that authority. I once tried my citation, didn't work in regards to the executive order. We can't live in the shooter's hands and the coulda hands. It just brings us more harm. And the CARES Act funds, it was for the front line, where we are now. We don't have this and that. That money was for the front line, where the firefight is, the doctors, the nurses, whatever they was going to use, whatever they need to fight with. And I said that before, where we went along the ways trying to figure that out. And today has come now to make that decision. Like we were saying, the best thing we can do is go on air. Go back to the people and start talking to them. Stay home. Wash your hands. Wear your mask. We need to make them understand we're in a tough fight right now. We're going to lose a lot of our loved ones. And that's a fact. I guess we just have to bear down and cop that hammer and go for it and see what we can get out of from the other side, and hoping that vaccine gets here before everyone goes. We're a Navajo nation. We survived so many times. Hope we survive this one again. And I'm praying for everyone to survive that's in the hospital. I'm praying for everyone that's on the Navajo Nation. And I'm praying for everybody in the States and the world that we come to this vaccine and let us get back us in order and start loving each other again. This is serious. We're right in the front line where the firefight is. Thank you.
With aid of Lisha and City Questo. Regarding some of the statements, Ms. So and Dr. Christensen, IHS participates in the health coordinating group with the Department of Health and the 638 programs. But I'm wondering, should there be folks from the Diné Hatati Association or ceremonial leaders to be part of that group? Yes, this pandemic is real science-based, and the reaction is science and medicine-based. But part of the position of the committee has been there has to be a base on spiritualism, the belief in the greater being to help guide us. And so that's one item. The other is, some of our discussion is way real top-tiered. But how do we ground those thoughts? Okay, an individual goes to get tested. They test positive. They're given some instructions on what, number one, to self-quarantine, to isolate. Then with the medical profession, what, as their condition gets elevated to, say, higher temperatures, body temperatures, what is the medical parameters to where that particular individual who tested positive gets admitted into a healthcare facility? Some of it, I feel like part of the instructions is this isolation, this quarantine has to come with instructions for self-care. What kind of over-the-counter medicines or prescriptions would they be sent home with? And how to use those in their basic aspect of having self-care and maybe invoking family support. The other I see real absent is the fact that Navajo Housing Authority has some empty houses within a short distance of the healthcare facilities. How are we engaging, and that probably rests with the committee, with the council. How do we engage the enterprises to be a resource? We realize that NAPI's already providing potatoes and beans, but that's to the ones that show up at the chapter house. But the ones that have been prescribed to isolate, to self-quarantine, what kind of self-care package are we sending home? Sending them home with? Are we sending multivitamins? We're all aware that, take zinc, take potassium, take magnesium, take vitamin C, vitamin D. Are those part of the self-care package? And those are some things that I realize that IHS is just one part of this health coordinating group. And I really feel like that those types of very basic information is what you need to arm the leadership with, so that they can use that in their message to our dear Navajo people. Because clearly, throughout history, IHS has severely been underfunded. The other aspect then I want to put on the table is funding in short supply for IHS to carry out their mission. And if it is, then it behooves the council to put together a package. And what would that funding request be? I took the liberty of also emailing staff assistants to Tom O'Halloran, Senator Heinrich, Senator Udall, and Senator-elect Ben Ray Lujan. And I'm just wondering if they've gotten on the call. And if they have, if they would just introduce themselves. And if they're not on the call, then just back to Honorable or Area Director Rosalyn So and to Dr. Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman. So I will share the responses with Dr. Christensen. Number one, with regards to the unified command and the need for representation from our Navajo practitioners. Yes, I certainly don't have any objections to doing that. There is a community, there's several groups that are already represented, that are already established, and I think we could certainly integrate the Navajo tribal practitioners into one of those categories to be able to really look at the spiritual aspects of what we are trying to do and what we are trying to coordinate throughout, and support through what we are dealing with right now. With respect to the financial resources, of course, my answer is going to be that no, we don't have enough. We don't have enough money. I was just looking at some reports that came in earlier this week that talked about our how low we or how far behind we are now in terms of generating revenue from third-party resources. And of course, this is all because we are not open back up like we normally are, and we're not able to tap into some of the resources that are available, like Medicaid and Medicare and those kinds of things, simply because our patients can't come to the hospitals. That being said, though, we are working on that. One of the things that that we're having to also consider, just like the Navajo Nation, is our hazard pay for our staff, and trying to figure out how we're going to cover all of those costs that have yet to come to us at this point. So, with respect to the care packages that you asked, though, I do know that many of our federal service unit staff, as they're going out visiting, working with our CHRs, working with the Unified Command, working with the President's Office, working with even our staff, they make care packages for the patients that we're asking to stay home to self-isolate. In those particular packages, though, I think they vary in size and they vary in content. One of the things that we focus on is, of course, cleaning supplies, maybe hand sanitizers and those kinds of things that the person can use to keep clean and stay safe and so forth. I'm not aware, though, that we're including any kind of multivitamins or anything like that. And then with regards to the medical guidance that is provided, I'll turn it over to Dr. Christensen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable. So when the people are placed in an isolation type of situation, they are given full sets of instructions for self-care, but there isn't really any traditional standard medication for COVID other than treating symptoms such as headaches, muscle aches, fever. So that ends up being Tylenol and Advil or Motrin. Certainly, we could get into a very long discussion about vitamins. That is something I actually do know quite a bit about. And for vitamin C and vitamin D are the best vitamins for any kind of virus. So we do give them quite a bit of instruction. We've been supplying people with thermometers and pulse oximeters, which checks the amount of oxygen in your system. And we tell them if they go below a certain level that they need to come to the emergency room or call one of the providers that are making rounds on them. So we are trying to give and empower our patients more to have the ability to track what's going on with them. They look at their temperatures, they look at their oxygen levels, and if those stay in good ranges, that's a good sign that they're staying, they're going to get healthy and that they're very stable. So we do supply all that. We do supply medical information. We do explain isolation and don't contact with other people, wear their masks, and we do give them some hygiene issues when we check them into the hotels, or when they go to Chinle, they have conversation with case management, the nurses that are there caring for them. So we do try to impart as much knowledge to each person as we can to try to get them healthy, and how to not expose their families, and to watch for any signs of problems with COVID. We can certainly add a lot of what you've asked about, and we can have that conversation. If we need to provide more supplements or more aids for the patients, we can certainly look at that, and thank you for bringing that up. But we do our very best to educate each and every person how to quarantine, and then if they're positive, how to isolate. We'll certainly take that further, and we'd be glad to do that. So again, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. So and Dr. Christensen. We have Honorable Speaker Damon back on the call. Cecilia, Honorable Speaker Damon, you have the conference floor. And then after that will be Wilson Stewart Jr.
Okay. Thank you very much again, Chairman, and thank you to colleagues from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, too, as well, for bringing this to the forefront. Thank you, most importantly, to our staff there at IHS, Rosalind So, for your dedication and your willingness and everything that you committed yourself to being an area director. Christensen, thank you very much for being on the line and giving the guidance and will to continue the effort to help the Navajo people across our great lands. I know that the benefit that is growing towards IHS has been utilized and has been worked on through the plethora of our generations in the past, and will continue to move forward in our generations to move forward. And at this time, it just seems like there was a bend in the arc in history for us to be at this moment now. And this pandemic, as we know, nobody was expecting this. And we really want to show forth some real efforts in trying to make sure that we as leaders are working together, not only with your organization, but with us as ourselves. And I think the most important thing that we can take away from this is that I think individuals that were on the line, Vice Chair Walker for his continuous effort. Every time he speaks, I take recognition to that in his push towards the leadership roles and identifying who and what we need to do in getting individuals on the line, on the air. Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Ellen Begay, for that effort too as well. I think the most captivating thing that we need to spread as us as leaders is that we need to make sure that we're united on this front. So I have drafted a memo. We are almost done with that memo here at the Speaker's office. I am inviting the president and this Saturday at 1 o'clock. I know Ms. Rosalind So, you have agreed to that already, to the being with us this Saturday to work together towards what we can do as a mainstream leadership command, not only from the executive branch, but also from the council, how we can work together. If there's anything that needs to be done at a moment like this, it's now. How can the executive branch, the office of the president, vice president, work together with the council and pass those legislations as a benchmark that Honorable Slater has reiterated earlier, but most importantly, to give the guidance on what the president is wanting to do, and if there's anything that we need to assist or vice versa, to make sure that if there's additional resources or obligations that the nation needs to step up to, I would really like to hear that from yourselves too as well, Madam So. I think that the overall goal is to see how we need to get in gear to make sure that all our Navajo Nation obligations are presented at that time. One, I know that from now till then, we will take that consideration from what my colleagues are stating to those recommendations that you have unveiled today, Ms. So. But more importantly, I think it's a decisive agreement that I am hoping the president will take up that reciprocation and offer to meet with us this coming Saturday, and really trying to execute some kind of push to really try to get leadership on the same path with all our boats moving in the same direction in order for us to have a direct response to the Navajo people. So I hope that um, with this taken into consideration, we have staff. I'm on the line listening in, and we're taking all recommendations and moving forward. And we will be working towards that mainstream of not one only getting individuals on the radio, getting to those social media outlooks, networks, but more importantly, what else can we do? And I think that's a time I would really love for the president, uh, for him to be involved in him explaining to the council what their avenues are through him and his executive directors are, and really trying to break the ground of us trying to uh, work together, and especially at this avenue, this through this presentation. So again, thank you very much, Chairman. That's what we're working on right now, and I hope that everyone will be on the line. Leadership this coming Saturday at 1 o'clock to really set the tone on what we can do together on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the street, and hence same from the executive and legislative branch. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Cecilia, and the Speaker Damon. Thank you for reaching across the street to the leadership and to the directors that provide the everyday services to the Navajo people. Let me go to Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Cecilia, you have the floor.
Agushi, Joe Yacht A Shanai, the Budget and Finance Committee members, the Nothiniki, Yacht A, Arun, the Roslyn, so Dr. Christensen, thank you for the report and the updates and the explanation and what needs to be done, how we should work together, and what has happened from the beginning of this past year to now, what improvements have been done, and where we are going, where we need to go. Again, taking a couple of steps back because of the numbers rising again. But I wanted to share some concerns that I had. One of them was, in talking with other workers from different IHS facilities, not only on Navajo, but with different tribes as well. Just reaching out to them and asking them what they see. And, one thing that, is out there that they're seeing now is that, they're wondering if this pandemic, this virus out there is a way for people just to look at as far as going in the route of a suicide, using this pandemic in that way. And, knowing that what was reported, that there are weighing out, different cares for family members and patient themselves, and I want to know, this not only takes a toll, I'm assuming not only takes a toll on the regular doctors and the nurses, but the mental healthcare providers as well, trying to console and trying to give encouragement to these patients. That goes back as well to what Shania was saying earlier, about the using the traditional practitioners as well. And, we have seen it across the reservation, that ceremonies continue to happen irregardless. They're starting to pick back up again. But how can we, encourage them to remember? I know that, Speaker Damon just said that, Saturday there's a meeting, what voice can be made to make one voice out there between all the leaderships, to say that, this is what we really encourage and would like our people to follow, and those that are living on the reservation or around the reservation, and how can we incorporate that into bringing these numbers back down again. And then the other area that I wanted to mention was, these individuals that go into the hospital for testing, because I had some community members go in and got tested. They got really sick. They got tested, and then they were just sent home. They were told that they would get a call back, but they never did. They went on a week, still sick. They had to go to another facility to get tested again. And there they got the result. They got the result by that evening. And then, the community members out there, when I talk with them, and this is what they're telling me. So, how can, I know it's overwhelming with patients going in and out, and, but I think that, that needs to be looked at as far as how can we make sure that the communication between the patient and the healthcare facility is also given, and then there are some other patients, that are there that get seen, and then they get told right away, this is what's wrong with you, but others aren't, they're not given that information. They're just told, go home, we'll call you back. How is that communicating? That we're adding more stress to those patients as well. They're sick enough. I'm thinking of it as when I think of somebody getting sick, I think of my animals, my horses. When a horse isn't well, his heart rate will increase really, really bad because he's showing that he's in pain. I'm sure with us as individuals, it's like that as well. And for a person to go through that much pain again and that more added stress, and not get your results back, right away. I think that's where we need to look at that as well. But these are, again, just some concerns that I have, and I want to share with both of you, so that, you could relay those back to the facilities, not only the IHS facilities, but as well as the 638s, because you all were together, I'm assuming, and I hope. And so I just want to share that much. But I do thank you, and I do thank the report that has been, and also later to today's meeting as well, from this morning's email, to listen to this report. And I also listened to it earlier too, what was reported from IHS through the social media of Facebook on President Nez's page. And there were some comments on there, saying you have thousands and thousands of people looking at the CARES funding, yet there's less than 1,000 that were paying attention to what was being reported. And for me, when I talk to my community members here, I tell them, that's alarming to me, because it's like the health should be more paid attention to than that funding, than that money. That money is just going to be in your hands for less than 30 minutes and it's going to go out the other hand. But these are our lives. And I always remember seeing something either on the news or somewhere, saying, which is safer, 6 feet distance or 6 feet in the ground. And that's what I remind myself. When I go out into public, I ask people, make sure you're 6 feet away from me. And I also make sure I take out my hand sanitizer, whatnot, to be safe for myself and my family as well. So I just want to express that much, Shana and the HESI committee, and my colleagues on the line, and those listening in as well. And again, thank you, Ms. So and Dr. Christensen, for the report. Quita?
Thank you, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr. Let me go to one more colleague, and then we'll give the floor back to respond or make statements. It's Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Chair, my colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Shananta, Beshpansaan, Nkik Adon, Kidene, that's enough Agi. This is a really hard conversation. I was actually at a funeral yesterday, burying a relative in Benahuto. And then we have other, in Kayenta, we lost so many people this past week. There's one incident where the daughter passed away the very next day. The father had a heart attack. And we're trying to scramble and trying to help our people. And there's other elders that have passed. And I know that my community is not unique to this situation. I don't know how true this is, but I've had one of my she's always texting me. She tends to know everything that's going on in her community. She was texting me that some of the mortuary were running out of caskets, so one family had to make a makeshift casket because they wanted to bury the family right away. I don't know how true that is. I need to follow up. Another recommendation would be, and thank you, Speaker, for reporting to HES Committee and to the rest of leadership here that are listening. If we can, and this is what I hear from Shana Adoshita, getting the information out there. So, Speaker, my question to you is, what's the budget look like for getting on the radio station? If we can all get on a radio station as leadership with the experts like Dr. Christensen, Ms. Director So, other individuals, and also like Shana, as you recommended, Hatati, get them there. If we can all get online and start making videos. So that's one is radio, the other is newspaper. The other thing would be, I know that our Navajo people, and not just Navajo, but people in general, do watch the news. Can we reach out to a major news outlet to get Navajo individuals out there to speak to our Navajo people? Because I know that from the border towns and the border cities, we still have a lot of people with good intentions going home, or they're traveling to the city, visiting. There's still a lot of visitation going on. And what's really scary is just the simple report, just the grave report that we received from Dr. Christensen and Ms. So on the hospital beds, and having to make some hard decisions on who will get the treatment to fight for their lives. I certainly cannot imagine that, and that's something that I hope that never have to make those decisions. So, and I think if we can,
Delegate Brown, can you pause for a moment so that we can have?
Okay. If you guys can please mute your phone. Yeah. Thank you. So if we can get Ms. Teresa Galvin, I know that Department of DBMHS has funding. They do have funding before previously also to reach out to do community outreach. So if we can tap into, identify some funds and get online and talk to our people. And then the other part as leadership is, we as leaders, we have took an oath, and we have been elected to be in this position, and we have to make some hard decisions. I know in the mainstream society there's martial law. On Navajo Nation, what can we do to implement a lockdown to keep our own people for their safety and to save their lives? If there is very limited hospital beds all around us, I think we as the 24th Navajo Nation need to step up and say and make some really hard decisions. This will make our people uncomfortable. And after talking since the pandemic to so many of our relatives, majority said, no one's going to starve today in this day and age. What drastic measures shall we take as 24th Navajo Nation Council? What do we need to do to save our people? And Speaker and leadership, I know this Saturday, I would really like a meeting where it's streamed live, where our people can listen in. And I would like to have a time meeting to even president to have 5 minutes or even 2 minutes and have each delegate be allowed only 2 minutes to get to the point, and also not to repeat ourselves. If one delegate has made one statement, then we should move on to the next. That we need to have bullet points, that we are making these factual statements, that we're all speaking, we're all on the same level, and we're getting the message out there, that we're not repeating ourselves, that we are really getting to the core of the information and why it's important to keep our people safe. And I'm sure, I know that I'm guilty of visiting family, visiting my father in a nursing home, even, getting tests done. And I from the report, I have to make sure that I'm just home, that I'm really thinking that, and after this phone call, I'm going to reach out to all my family. And I have to beg them to stay home so they don't know the type of information that we know. They see people out there and they think it's okay. But let's beg and let's encourage our people to ben Hawaii na so ni. Adaos out enke the ne. She has twisted it. Ada hat lozo. Push kedo. Jo kusani yo da has keta amandlini. Hajo has keona and kin bit allow. Now can't be it's allow. Ebit allow. Ishin ke the net they don't see. On todo yeah.
My cat lost it, so oh, so she found she adol kid. Oh, like oh, yeah. I shouldn't smell that he needs smart all day. So quaggy a could be heidi. Hadate. President Bill Sati place in the evening. Speaker, thank you for reaching out. If there's no other delegates that want to speak, I'll give the teleconference floor back to Area Director Ms. Rosalind So and Medical Director Dr. Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman So and Speaker Damon and all of the honorable delegates. This is Rosalind. Dr. Christensen had to move to another call, so we are, again, still trying to coordinate the vaccine distribution, so we're talking with our team on that. I will just offer a couple in my closing remarks as well in response to Speaker Damon's comments about having, and everyone's comments of speaking more with one voice from the Navajo Nation. It would be really good for the Indian Health Service to report to one governing body, if you will, or one tribal body, to be able to provide all of the information and to be able to answer the questions in a more strategic, using a more strategic approach to do that will be very helpful to us to make sure that we are sharing information and that we are answering your questions, and everyone's hearing that at the same time. So I appreciate that opportunity and look forward to a conversation on Saturday. I also want to acknowledge all of the comments. This is certainly in my 30-something years of Indian Health Service career, I have never had to deal with what I am dealing with today, but we are standing by, we are standing strong. We have the best team available, I believe, on the Navajo Reservation to help us deal with what we're dealing with right now. And I want to thank you for entrusting us with that responsibility, and we will continue to report to you. Thank you, everyone.
Whoops, I'm still on mute. Thank you, Miss Rosalind. And we certainly appreciate you being forthright with us on what we're faced with. And we'll chart a course as best as we can. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, did you have a couple of more questions?
Chair, I did, but since we're going to be discussing things in 2 days, I'd rather reserve them for that time so that we can move along with the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. As of yet, I hadn't established a motion or a second to accept this report.
Chair Ware. Delegate Paul Begay motions to accept this report.
Yeah, I lost it. Che. And who is the second on the motioning part? Okay, so Chile, thank you, Honorable Edison Wanika. We have the motion and a second to accept the report, and again to move forward with some of the aspects that we've talked about. We need to get a briefing statement on the additional funding needs to basically go forward, because this is certainly not based on any prior year issues. As earlier I stated that I had reached out to congressional representatives, field staff folks, and I got a text from speaker staff, Hope McDonald Lone Tree. Shanale Jackson Jr., are you on the call?
Yes, this is Luther Lee.
Oh, okay, Luther Lee, you may have the floor. Just.
Oh, yeah, there. Chicago, Shadina, so Shanatani, Adete. It Yada Kidit, Nigel Agit, don't just Anita Dita. I can get over Agit, Kiadaski, Ado. I think so. They not and the Nikki quite a quite a stardust in law. I need to text idea about 20 minutes ago. That's they did quite a silent a nothing a basic phone. They I was able to hop on. I was able to catch the last part of this, the meeting. Although Jack double questionnaire. Another Jack, he's on another meeting. At the he might still be on another meeting, but he said as soon as he got off, he was going to jump on the call. He was able to join you. Could you can hash in the recorder? Could you can hash in the store? Could I a report by had the shadow a Bennett cannot on in the Washington, who thought his job at Nahane a alcohol. Although quite a bunch of this, I think, Dick at Anane Tanigi at the one Senator. Donna quite initiate Ilya, inaugurate Ilya. Mark Kelly. Jay Hutchins, so they got security needs though. It's calm Friday go it's gonna be my last day for working for Congressman Tom O'Halloran. Aro Monday doshi Senator Mark Kelly but as his Director of Tribal Engagement. So I'll be joining your calls and also gathering information for him as well. Washington at the has undergo. What Ado here quite not here quite in on Nigi, Dick in net and Linigi, Haleta, Kati Chateau, Halet Ado Lisato Nigi, not on Linigi Ekaho, Nakia here, what us Nigito, Ashin, the Sanit launching in. You cannot unlenigito, it doesn't stop it. She's not laughing I be chili car test of call could I said I went saw a batch of this autobet touch of this aquado ko hegidea or ko Friday connection the call a day I think it's season start all this nana. What
Bashila, Luther Lee, and congratulations on joining Senator Mark Kelly's staff. Certainly, his election empowers the Navajo Nation, and especially with you joining his staff as tribal liaison. What Sabins in the Ado Chanella Calvert Curley, are you on the line yet? Hello. Calvert Curley, are you on the line? If not, then let's proceed.
Sure, Chanella. Jack just hopped on the call.
Okay. Jack Jackson Jr., you have the teleconference floor.
Yes, Yate. Thank you for the invite. Sorry I had to get on a little late, but I look forward to hearing the discussion. I did listen to the president this morning on his town hall with IHS officials about the current situation on Navajo Nation with the increase in COVID-19 cases. So our office through the Congressman Tom O'Halloran is here to continue to listen and try to provide resources when those are available. So thank you for the invite.
Thank you. And to give both of you heads up, Speaker Damon is going to be convening a meeting, a leadership meeting on Saturday, and we'll make sure that both of you get the meeting notice so that you can be the ears for our congressional delegation. And so thank you, Chanella, Jack Jackson Jr., for joining the call. It's been a while. Good to hear from you. Cal Curley, are you on the call? Okay, David Nezzi, Ms. Shaw.
Can you hear me, Delegate So?
Oh, now I can.
Oh, yeah, hey, this is Dave Nezzi. I'm a field representative for Senator Heinrich's office out of New Mexico. And you know, I heard the presentation today from IHS, and it's very concerning. And you know, I appreciate the invitation to be part of this report and to hear what's happening out there. We're already in discussions with leadership to see how we can offer any assistance. But feel free to reach out through email or giving me a phone call if there's anything else we can do.
Thank you, Sonale. David Nezzi. It's good. We appreciate what you do for the Navajo people in carrying the word to now the senior senator from New Mexico, Senator Martin Heinrich. Thank you. With Ayla, Brian Lee, I had also texted him. Mr. Brian Lee. Okay, I won't prolong this issue much longer. We have a motion and a second to accept the report, and some of the items that were discussed we'll put forward into items of next step leadership endeavors. What ALA committee members, colleagues, and congressional staffers and IHS, and to the chapter leadership that are also on the calls. Thank you. Mr. Mose, a roll call vote, please.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Call Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Call Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote in favor.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Let the record show vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. And thank you again to the folks that are attending this particular aspect of our committee meeting. Now we are still on our agenda. Next on our agenda is the Ms. Martinez, can you?
Good afternoon. That would be item D, report on update on FY 2023 budget formulation consultation from NAIHS and Navajo Department of Health. And members.
Okay, thank you. Regarding that, the committee partially participated in the budget formulation for 2023. The lead presenter was Dr. Jill Jim, and I'm wondering if she's on the call now. And Miss Rosalind So. I think everybody is. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman So and honorable delegates. Yes, we did have the virtual tribal consultation on the 2023 budget formulation. This was on December 2nd. I believe that was yesterday, or maybe Tuesday. I thought that presentation and the overall work went very, very well. Again, most of the work that needed to be done in terms of developing priorities were done by several groups, including the Navajo Nation, and the information that was sent forward to us were rated and were evaluated in that way. Not to say that the issues and the priorities that the Navajo Nation put forth are just numbers per se, but we know those are very important categories of need, whether they be water infrastructure, whether they be health promotion, whether they be behavioral health. All of those things are very important. They did develop a list of priorities. We can send that over we can formally send that over. So those, again, just trying to find some kind of a rating scale that could be supported. The next steps will be identifying the representatives that will move forward, the tribal leaders that will move forward in taking the product that was completed, and also the write-up and support of that will also need to be completed. So we have just a few things to do, but I think overall, the budget consultation went very well. It was virtual, which was, hard for, just the way that we're doing business these days. Nonetheless, I just want to commend that I thought it went very well, and that we are working on that to take it to the next steps. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Carl Slater, what were your thoughts in putting this item on our agenda? I think you're on mute, Honorable Carl Slater. Committee members, since we don't have Dr. Jill Jim, how shall we proceed? Shall we carry this agenda item on to the next HES meeting? Because I think there's several teleconferences going on, and Dr. Jim might be on the same call that Dr. Christensen is on.
Chair, sir.
Honorable Paul Begay, Sache, go ahead.
Yes, I think your chair, considering the other reports and that we need to consider, I think it's best we move on.
Okay. With that, Ms. Martinez, how do we just dispense with this agenda item to go on to the next HES meeting?
Mr. Chair and members, you can approve item 5C with just a report from IHS, and then continue with Navajo Department of Health at your next regular meeting. Same topic, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, Chache, Honorable Paul Begay. Let's just accept the update from Area Director Ms. Rosalind So, and then the other part where Dr. Jill Jim would have given us the actual priority listing. We'll defer that. So if I could have a motion to that effect.
Motion, Wanika.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika.
Second, Halona.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. With that, should say Honorable, or Leonard Mose.
Okay.
Roll call
sir.
vote, please.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Mr. Mose?
Yes, sir.
Can you clarify the vote? I lost connection.
We're voting on accepting the NIH report from Ms. So and deferring the DOH till next meeting.
Delegate Slater Green.
Honorable Slater Green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. And let the records reflect that the chair did not vote in accepting this Navajo area IHS report and then deferring the Navajo Department of Health budget formulation report to the next meeting. With that, the committee members, we are to item 5D, update report on the special duty pay procedures relating to CARES Act funding with Division of Community Development, Division of Personnel Management, Office of the Controller, Department of Human Resources, and Navajo Department of Health. So it's brought to the table. Honorable Slater, before we go to the different folks, respective of their positions, give a preview of why we put this on the agenda.
Thank you. The intention of including this report on the agenda and a follow-up from our prior reports from DOH and DHR and OSC is to provide some, I don't know if it's assurance, but information to chapter staff as well as CHRs, other Department of Health employees like senior center employees who have not received special duty pay and may not receive special duty pay under the CARES Act. A big thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around is that we set aside funding to do this, and then it didn't happen. And if there's something the council may be able to do because OOC was able to process a certain number of, payroll pieces of information, then, I'd like us to do that. We're not going to have anyone who's going to want to work for the Navajo Nation government when we keep going back on our word and not helping our employees out, particularly when they're putting themselves in harm's way and continuing to provide services in one of the most dangerous environments that they may ever work in. So that is the intention, and that's why I requested the presentation by the relevant entities to see if we can rectify any of this. And if so, we've got to do it immediately. Thank you, Chair. thank you in advance to the presenters.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. With that, do we have Dr. Yellerman on the call, Dr. Ophelia Fowler, Recita Toddy, Dr. Jill Jim, or her representative, and someone from the Office of the Controller?
This is Dr. Ophelia Fowler. I'm on the call, and also Ms. Toddy's also on the call.
Thank you. Since you're the one that first responded, you can go first.
Hakoshishiche, Adonai Hehe, Ado Quad, Kojahata so Gizi by Henson. Akodi special duty pay with Yenny it late here at the April 8th. So we got our DOJ to look at it. We prepared procedures, and it was effective for April 13th, 2020. So that special duty pay, and that special duty pay, it ended on August 16th of 2020. So from there on, our Office of Controller, and in connection with DPM, we set a deadline to complete all the necessary paperwork on any special duty pay, any special duties that were conducted between March 16 of 2020 all the way to August 16th of 2020. That deadline was set for October 23rd. And if we did not meet any of that deadline as a division or program, we weren't able to see any of the special duty pay. What's currently in place right now, and I can hand it off after Ms. Toddy, is what is called hazard duty pay. Ever since the first executive order came about, which is November 16th, that's the new hazard duty pay. That's in effect. But here's some short answers that we pretty much received from our DOJ is that the Navajo Nation Special Duty Pay Policy does not apply to beyond the Chapter CSC or AMS positions. The Special Duty Pay Policy does not apply to employees of government certified chapters, but then here's the next piece. The chapters are delegated with authority to utilize their own budgets to provide special duty pay to their own employees through the CAP-19-20, which is a temporary law and is currently in place. This law includes the PEP workers for non-government certified chapters. So based on the CAP-19-20, DOJ issued a memo on May 26 that expressed guidance to government certified chapters that they could also consider special duty pay for their employees consistent with the Navajo Nation policy of special duty pay. As division directors, and a lot of these I know were pretty much communicated to from division directors to program sites. But as far as what it states on the title where it says special duty pay procedures related to CARES Act, under Division of Human Resource, we did accept CARES Act funding specifically for special duty pay for Department of Public Safety. That's going to be ending on December 31st, and we usually share these breakdowns with our Law and Order Committee, especially with DPS, and so far it looks like we're going to fully spend all these under the DPS. However, we did reallocate some of these funds under the CARES Act for the burial assistance. Like some areas, like for example, EMS, we're down to 4%, and I know we're going to need some more money, especially if we're extending the our executive order because these are frontline workers. ako aja sa batna de so bahana nes tra shint e yato lesto. So that CARES Act under DPS is totally different than what we're talking about under the hazard duty pay. The current one that's in place right now is the hazard duty pay procedures, and that usually gets sent out to email by our DIT, and I think I provided that copy to you all as a committee, and I'd be glad to resend those again. And some of the background and history, I think if we were to elaborate more on it, I can have Ms. Toddy, if you can elaborate more on some of the things that I might have missed on this. Ms. Toddy?
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman So, as well as Vice President or Vice Chair Slater, and honorable members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. As Dr. Fowler did indicate, that we are now utilizing the hazard duty pay procedures, which became effective on November 16th through December 6th, or until the Navajo Nation government is reopened by executive order from the president, or for legislative employees by similar action of the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. So these policies or these procedures were tightened up based on the experience that the Office of the Controller was experiencing, along with other divisions that were submitting requests for special duty. So one of them was to tighten up the definition of essential employees. So what happened there was that these procedures now apply to personnel that are working the front lines of the Navajo Nation government's pandemic response, and because they are on call, which is a policy that's also provided for within the Navajo Nation Personnel Policies Manual. And it applies to full-time and part-time employees who are frontline workers, or as defined in these procedures, they are eligible for hazard duty pay, and it is subject to funds availability. So the main offices and divisions that have been identified as frontline employees would be the Department of Health, the Navajo Public Safety, Navajo Fire Department, Navajo Emergency Medical Services, and Department of Emergency Management. However, other employees can be designated as frontline employees by the appropriate division director or equivalent legislative official within the legislative branch. So it is similar to the way we handle the special duty pay in terms of how the payment would be made. And this would be for non-exempt employees. They will use continue to use the overtime compensation form. And these forms are due on a biweekly basis, immediately after the timesheets are being submitted, and report if there's any reported hours or discrepancies between the form and the timesheets, it needs to be again submitted as it's approved. And their calculation would be time and a half for the employees, up the employees' regularly pay rate, which is on their personnel action form. So one of the concerns from the Office of the Controller was that when we were under the special duty pay, what was happening was only a select few were identified as essential workers. However, as time went by, programs and employees were designating themselves as essential workers. So that's where a lot of the confusion began. So now they, it was tightened up, and it's very specific to those who would be considered essential workers. And these would be mainly those that are working on the front line and mitigating COVID-related activities. The other would be the exempt employees would use the back pay form, and they would be eligible for a lump sum bonus payment. Again, with the lump sum bonus payment, there was a report of abuse where they got the bonus pay multiple times, and in some cases they were up to 25% of the individual's annual salary. So those were some of the issues that were brought up by the Office of the Controller. Again, all of this information has to be reported, and since this started on November 16th, for our first pay period that was ending on November 12th, all of this information should have already been submitted to, the pay period ending November 20th. All of this information should have been attached to this timesheet for payment for the next payroll cycle. So what the attempt is to try to provide as much guidance to the program so that they're submitting the necessary documents. There was reports where some of the divisions did not submit their special duty pay requests, and there were some that were submitted after the fact, after the October 23rd deadline date. And the notice was provided by the Controller's Office of the deadline, and that if we did not expend the funding, that it would be reverted to the hardship portion of the CARES Act. So that is my report regarding the hazard duty pay procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Tsutsui, Dr. Fowler, and then Ms. Toddy. Committee members, back to you.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. Can I ask a question?
You certainly can. You have the floor.
Thank you. My question is for programs that are eligible for hazard pay, the new program, is the funding responsibility going back to the program because there are no longer CARES Act monies that are available for the expenditure on that program? And then what I'm hearing is essentially Controller gave everyone guidance. You had to get everything in by October 23rd, and it was also responsibility of the programs to communicate with the Controller and any issues they foresaw in the previous special duty pay program. So maybe that's a little too simplistic, but I think there are a lot of employees who are being told that it's the Controller or Human Resources that set up the obstacle to you getting paid, when in fact it was poor management that led to the situation.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Dr. Fowler and Ms. Toddy.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Slater. In terms of the funding, I would defer the question to the Controller's Office. I'm not sure if they are available, but with respect to your last concern, that is similar information that we have been receiving, that the hang-up was with the issues were with either the Controller's Office or the Department of Personnel Management. However, the Department of Personnel Management does not play a part in approving or paying the special duty pay. So all we're responsible for is ensuring that we do have policies and procedures in place to complement whatever is required by the programs to actually get the documents to, so we just provided guidance on what needed to be done. However, additional information was provided by the Controller's Office on what needed to be, the types of information that needed to be submitted. From the onset, I just want to use this as an example. With the Department of Personnel Management, when we submitted our requests for the special duty pay, we had we did not receive a response for quite some time, but we found that it was on our side when we did not submit the documents timely. And then when we did submit it, there were issues with the way we submitted the information. So we took it up on ourselves to coordinate and to go down actually to the Controller's Office to find out what the issues were. They provided us some guidance. We went back and forth about 2 times, and we finally got our employees paid. So I believe that these were some of the issues that were experienced by some of the programs. But one of the reports that came up in the meeting that I participated in, the controller said a lot of the Department of Health programs did not submit their special duty pay for their employees, and they were using or they were informing their employees that it was because of controller holding it up or DPM holding up the documents, when DPM does not actually get involved in the processing of these documents. Thank you.
This is Roxanne Gorman. I'm the department manager for the Department of Special Ed. May I say something?
Ms. Gorman, yes, you may.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. So, and Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and Honorable Delegates of the HESI Committee. Our department is 100% funded and able to dispense special duty pay. We had to appeal for our staff to be paid special duty pay, because we have to consider the thousands of families that we have to pay out every month. And we went back and forth with the controller and the payroll, and we had to submit like a 20-page document to show that we were able to pay out the funds, that we weren't applying for CARES Act because we're a federal program. And we actually had to show what each position was responsible to do before we were even considered. And it was a delay, and we never really got a formal report. And that, I think, is the problem, is when you don't get a response to your inquiries or to your 20-page appeal, and eventually we're told verbally that our request was approved. And I think that's my concern, as Honorable Delegate Slater says. This pandemic is not going to end, but they ended special duty pay and replaced it with hazard duty pay, I still have to have my staff come in. And, you know, that creates problems, especially if I have to, you know, impose it, because we have to enter those payments. We have to comply with the requirements of the federal funded program. So I'm hoping that they will reconsider how restrictive they become and allow for those departments like ours to continue to use our federal funds. I did consult with a federal official I'm assigned, and she said there's no problem if you have it approved by your government. But then with the latest one, where it says only frontline, you know, that created a problem, and we ended up being told, well, you are not eligible. So I'm like, okay, so we're just on admin leave? So what happens to those we serve? You know, can I impose or demand for staff to come in to handle the payments for the thousands of families? I mean, these are some of the true reality issues we're confronted with as well. We may not be on the front lines, but we're still coming to work to take care of those we serve. And I just wanted to put that into, after hearing the report, that I think it should be continued, the special duty pay. And I have to say that it, you know, contingent upon availability of funds. And I would like to have that as leverage to help encourage, you know, for continued services. And we have the funds to do it. We're not applying for the CARES Act, but we are now restricted, and it creates a problem for what's to come because this pandemic is not over yet. I do appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Committee members, back to you. Ms. Toddy and Dr. Fowler, regarding what Ms. Gorman has brought to the table, and again, it's the special duty pay, the special hazard pay was tied to the CARES fund. But what Ms. Gorman brings to the table is that aspect that's outside of the use of CARES fund. Would we need to change the language, or is it that aspect of statement if funds are available? Does that cover it? But I guess the main issue is that classification for federally funded employees that are not trying to use CARES Act funds, but just trying to, one, they aren't frontline. Number two, they are essential in the aspect of making sure our Navajo people that are eligible for self-reliance funds get their monies. So in that particular aspect, that window is even smaller than what the HES committee had enacted. Dr. Fowler and Ms. Toddy. And it's probably a question that should specifically go to the Office of the Controller. But provide some guidance, please.
Honorable Chairman, so this is Rosita.
Yes.
With respect to the Okay, thank you. With respect to the question and the concerns raised by Ms. Gorman, I do see that there are some offices that have been designated as essential, and the special duty pay procedures did allow employees or programs who are continuing to keep the government in operation, similar to what Mrs. Gorman has indicated. Our office is one that falls into that same category. We are not in the front lines. However, we are here to provide service to our Navajo Nation employees. Particularly now with the pandemic, we do have the COVID leave requests that are coming in almost daily. And some of them are coming in really late and they are lacking information. So for the past, I would say for the past month, we've been focusing a lot of our efforts on that. The other is when there is need to hire individuals immediately. Right now, we are working with the Division of Community Development to recruit and to complete assessments for those that are going to be working at the chapter levels, assisting with COVID-related activities. We need to keep our employees, the personnel action forms processed so that, and update it in the system so that they can continue to get their payroll. However, we are in the same situation, but we receive general funds, and which is very limited because our FY21 comprehensive budget has not been approved. So we're in that same situation, and the only thing I would say is that it does require attention also of the controllers as well as DOJ to determine whether or not the special duty pay needs to be reactivated. However, like I said, there has been so much abuse. That's why the whole process or the procedures were changed. And unlike other programs, Mrs. Gorman's program has federal funds which are available. And I believe that another program which is similar to theirs is Head Start. But the majority of their, or all their centers are closed at this point in time. So I'm not sure if Dr. Fowler is back on the line.
Yes, I'm back on the line. Thank you, Ms. Toddy. Back to Ms. Gorman's question, and a lot of other areas, it does state in the procedure that other employees, this is just not Department of Health, DPS department, and so forth, but other employees are also designated frontline workers by the division directors. And then I'll refer the funds question to the controller's office. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Fowler and Ms. Toddy. Do we have anybody from the Office of the Controller on our call, respective of this report as well as the questions? Okay, there being none, nobody from OOC. Honorable Slater, how do we best proceed? I guess the main aspect was the question of the frontline workers, the CHRs, we can't really get an answer on those. But I think one of the main concerns was the chapter staff, the CSE and the AMS. If they're certified, then it's a chapter manager and an AMS. But if DOJ says use the money that you're allocated, the budgets that they submitted, there wasn't any budget category for hazard duty pay or special duty pay. And I think the intent and purpose of this report having CDC was, how do we, and again, since all monies are going to hardship, there's no other monies available to, even at the council level, to give additional monies to the chapter for their essential employees. So that's the view from the chair, committee members. I don't know how else we can proceed unless we have some discussion with DOJ and OOC.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
So Taylor, go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thanks. I feel like there is a way to quantify the people or programs that were left out. And what I'd like to know is, the controller has responded that we received, 1 billion boxes prior, however many days prior to November 20th. Those had exceeded the October 23rd deadline in the first place. And there was just too much too late, and it overwhelmed them in being able to process it. So I think in principle, there are people that are eligible, they will not be paid out, but we should be able to quantify what that is. I mean, in my mind, if it's been processed or a portion of them were processed, or it wouldn't take that much longer to process it, then we should do it. But just like you said, we need to hear back from the controller. If it's something that can't be accomplished in the month of December, and we're already, at December 3rd, then we do have to be honest and stop, I shouldn't say providing false hope, but we shouldn't extend any further hope to people that they're going to get paid for their special duty or hazard pay, from this past summer. And then I think we should have a work session next week, and I don't know, for just an hour or a few hours, and request that the programs develop amendments to, like you said, make funds availability for, or depending on the availability of funds, whether it's CARES or they're using, their indigenous funding within the program. So I think those are two things, but I think we also, I don't know how to say this, but the nation only has so much money. And I think we need to get the messaging out there that, absent any additional funding from the federal government or, real extra room within a program budget, people should not be expecting this unless it's been 100% explicitly confirmed to them that they will receive it for the duties that they're performing. And I think that that's important. I mean, that's the way it is. But I don't want to make people think that we can do something that we can't. But at the same time, we need to treat our employees fairly and with respect. And my request to DHR is to provide in a written format proposed amendments to special duty pay program. And then second, you spoke of abuse of the system. And those programs need to be identified to the committee. And so this is my first request. Second one will be in writing if we need it to be. Then the third one will be a subpoena. So if we're going to start enforcing management, we need to know who screwed it up for all of the employees under them by permitting people to submit fraudulent things, or just were so grossly incompetent that they couldn't get accurate information conveyed to OOC. And then the last request would be for those programs, can we get a listing of programs that are similar to the Department for Self-Reliance that can pay with their external funds for this sort of pay, so that we can start coordinating or encourage coordination between them and the controller's office. And we do need to hold the controller's office accountable and say, look, the funding's available. There's no excuses because this part of the policy provides for it, so we can support those employees. I just think what the ripple effect is from having maybe one or two members of the Department for Self-Reliance leave. I mean, how many hundreds or thousands of people could be impacted by that? So thank you, and sorry for rambling.
No, you were to the point. Thank you. Appreciate that. Committee members. Yeah, we're right now, because we don't have certain people on the call, our reports are, and our reactions are disjointed. But I think Vice Chair Slater put it together as best as possible. And with that, Ms. Martinez, did the committee establish a motion and a second to accept the report?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, no, not yet.
Okay, committee members. Thank you.
Second, Delegate Begay.
Yeah.
Second, motion by Honorable Wanika. The chair accepts that motion, and then the second by Honorable Paul Begay.
That will
committee.
That will include requests by Honorable Slater for maybe a work session, because I'm just very concerned about the chapter, the responsibility that CHR has as a chapter. They're almost at the chapter on a daily basis. And the majority of concern has to do with overtime. And it sounds like the special duty pay and the hazard duty pay, there was some lack of information, and I don't think the timeline was very clear to the employees. So I think there was some confusion on that, but I think the overtime is a big concern of mine. And I think hopefully we can do something about that. So I appreciate what Honorable Slater is saying. You know, maybe we can get more information with the work session and have the Office of OOC involved too. Ada, thank you.
Thank you, and again, to those folks listed on the present report, DCD, Department of Health, and there was and then OOC to come with some numbers. Again, the pandemic is going to go beyond the 31st. And how do we address it? Perhaps, with the 2021 budget, we did carry over unexpended budgets. So that might be within each division or department. that carryover funds might be what could be utilized. And hopefully by then, the comprehensive budget would be signed into law. Committee members, so thank you for the motion and with the request for a special session. Oh, hey, Lana.
Yat Shanada, it's Pearl Yellowman from DCD.
Oh, Yat Dr. Yellowman. You listened to the discussion?
Yes, sir. We did.
Could you give an update for your division?
Sure. Hiat Donana here, honorable members of the HES committee, as well as honorable members of the 24th Council listening in. I've been listening in for the majority of the report. And I also have Ms. Jim Martin on the line and members from ASC and SPPS staff. We may also have Mr. Rod Begay, who we rely heavily on in interpreting and providing clarification for LGA certified chapters and non-LGA certified chapters. But just kind of looking back and preparing for this conversation, special duty pay or hazard pay has been a priority topic for DCD and ASC. And if you recall, or if I can just go back a little bit further, but the first week of the March 13th deadline, or I'm sorry, March 13th declared emergency, DCD had PEP workers. We were trying to determine the safety liabilities for PEP workers who would be assisting in burials. And that's for us what really started special duty conversation and hazard pay. It was the very first week of the March 13th, Friday, the very following week. We were experiencing that conversation. So it's been a conversation, daily exchange between ASC, SPPS, and the 110 chapters. But to move forward, documentations have been received and verification. It was DCD's role to verify all of the chapter essential employees. On our memo out to the 110 chapters, on the first closure, we had identified essential staff. And then based on the emergency funds or the emergency implementation plan, if you recall, when the chapters received the 25,000 threshold, each chapter had created an emergency implementation plan that would identify items during the emergency that they would be providing. It would be like solid waste, U.S. postal mail, curbside delivery, etc. And the chapters marked off in their emergency implementation plan what they would be providing, and those were what the essential employees would be doing, and more, as it turned out. So it was our role, BCD, it was our responsibility to verify and to adhere to these deadlines. So we have SPPS staff and ASC, Ms. Jim Martin and her staff collecting and verifying all of those hours or responsibilities that were performed. And I believe the language was substantially contributed to direct COVID relief. there were some deadlines. There were documentations and documented documentations of ASC submitting the verified documents to OOC. However, and very similar to other departments and divisions, those documentations were returned. They were returned with comments or maybe perhaps lacking certain type of justification. So since then, ASC has been addressing those documentations. It's very tedious because it's maybe perhaps hourly verification of COVID relief. And then there's numerous ongoing emails between ASC, DCD, and OOC going back on individual or batch groups of names on justification, on guidance, and then ultimately the non-approval. So as Shanant Nidia Hasi, Mr. Delegate Carl Slater, it's there. It's all there. The chapter staff and ASC have been working almost the whole 9 months that we've been in this emergency declaration. And many of the chapter staff have been working. Some of the challenges, there were challenges that I'll share. There were some challenges for some of the chapter staff in their verifications. Some chapters were closed due to COVID exposure. Some chapters were not able to utilize like a electronic signature. Some chapter staff and chapter supervisors were COVID exposed themselves, and then again the chapter buildings were closed. So there were some challenges out at the chapter field, chapter level, but nonetheless those were verified, and those have since been submitted to DCD and ASC, and there have been ongoing conversations, requests for guidance, requests for clarification with OOC, and then I also have Ms. Jim Martin on the line. Chair, so if we could also give Ms. Jim Martin some time.
Dr. Yellman, can you wait for a moment while we ask people to please silence their phones? The ladies who are talking about oil, please either get off the call or silence your phone. Thank you, Dr. Yellman.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Jim Martin has a little bit more of the details as far as in a timeline as well. But we also ensure that we seek guidance from our DOJ unit, Mr. Rod Begay. There's often clarification that's needed for LJ certified chapters as they would adopt policies that would mirror something similar to Navajo Nation personnel policy, or the special duty program as it was called, and then how we would implement the special duty pay or program to certified chapters. So there were some distinctions that needed to be made in a sense, and respectfully speaking, it's very administrative and a one-stop or a one-size-fits-all for the chapters that does not apply or does not work. Our chapters are very unique, and our chapters have different circumstances. Unfortunately, we do have some chapters that have some conflict, and that takes a lot of time to seek certain type of information. It's very time consuming to try to resolve certain issues, but nonetheless, across the board, all 110 chapters were providing COVID relief efforts and share. So that kind of completes the majority of my report. If we could also call on Ms. Jim Martin, I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
Hello, Yateshan, and can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to unmute. Ms. Jim Martin, you have the teleconference floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chairman, Mr. Daniel So. This is Samlatsa Jim Martin. I'm the ASC Department Manager, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to give a short report. I do want to concur with Dr. Yellowman on her report and also share with our Honorable HES Committee some of the challenges we experienced. And I believe the purpose of this report is to find solutions to help our chapter employees. To begin with, I want to share that it has been very challenging these last months for all of us. And I am not in any position to blame anyone or find fault in anyone. That has been what has been going on a lot because of the high emotions from our communities, and rightly so, it's understandable. So my purpose of presenting on this call is definitely not to find fault, but to find solutions, especially for our chapters. Our 110 chapters are the frontline grassroots people who have been helping our community members in some of the most rural areas. I want to commend all of our chapter staff who've been working hard with us from the very beginning since the closure. The ASC staff that work with me, we have not had a break. We have been on duty from the beginning. Our chapter staff who have stayed on to respond with essential services from the beginning have also not had a break. And so, I do want to share this because I do think we owe a great appreciation to the service from our chapter staff, to our PEP workers, to all of the teams that were set up to respond with us in March and April. I don't know how familiar the committee members are, as well as OOC or DPM and Dr. Fowler, but our chapter staff have been a part of the Health Command operations team since the beginning. We set up operations closely with a chapter branch with Dr. Jill Jim and the Health Command Operations Center downstairs from the Division of Community Development. We worked very closely from the start with CHRs and senior center staff as they responded to the first initial outbreaks in the Kayenta area. We did respond with the Health Command Center daily. We had our chapter staff informed through the incident command structure. We did also respond to some of the community needs with the Health Command Center in terms of mobilizing our ASC staff so that they could help make the connections with chapters and get information immediately to the chapters. In our first few weeks, unfortunately, we lost the first Navajo Nation tribal employee to the COVID virus. We lost our ASC staff member in the Kayenta office, and we were very heartbroken. that's how much we worked the front line with our chapter staff and our ASC staff. It took a toll on us emotionally, but we kept working. And as a manager and leader, we did our best to keep our staff motivated and to keep them going through this pandemic, which none of us were prepared for. The whole country was not prepared for this. And so we did our best to keep our staff moving in a direction to respond and provide recovery and relief to communities and work closely with the command teams from Health Command Center. We did work closely with the response teams in each of the service areas, starting with Kayenta, branching out to Tuba City, and branching out to Shiprock, and so on and so forth. We had staging posts that were established under the command structure. We worked very closely with the incident commanders and also the safety officers for our Tuba City staging posts. Our Shiprock staging posts had 2 services, 2 distribution sites established. We had one established in Kayenta, another established in the Delcon area. We had a site established in Crown Point service area with our Standing Rock chapter incident commander. We also had Chinle as well as the Saru chapter and Ganado as well. Many of these chapter communities stepped up to set up their own incident command centers as they've been trained for many of the emergency responses that have been a part of our services. And so we have been working at the front line for 9 months. Many of the chapters that did go into closure, the staff worked remotely and continued to be on duty and provide services. There were some chapter staff that were compromised, and some did have underlying health conditions, and so they were the ones that did not apply for special duty pay. Our ASC staff have been on call working 12-hour to 15-hour shifts with me. Again, it has been nonstop, and our ASC staff continue to be on call and on duty. So with that, I wanted to share that we have been working very closely with the CHRs on the ground, with the senior center staff as they made food deliveries, with our staging posts and our points of distribution, and that has not stopped. We continue to coordinate as much as we can with the Health Command Center and their COVID mitigation team. We do request for assistance to support our chapter staff who submitted special duty pay, as well as our ASC staff. They do deserve it. There has been a lot of information that we got in pieces that were not clear, and we did have a timeline that was very pressing. And when you have staff working at the front line, paperwork is usually put to the back burner, and I do believe that's a big part of this. So, you know, I do want to state that I believe we did our part to verify the accuracy of the hours that were submitted with the approval of supervisors at the chapter level, and we just need assistance to help get our chapter staff paid, although the documents were returned back to us and we ran out of time to correct many of those documents. With that, Shananda'a, I just want to say that we also have Mr. Roderick Begay on the call, who has been helping us resolve special duty pay issues. The outstanding issues right now include our LGA certified chapters. Many of our LGA certified chapter staff, they need guidance and instructions as well on special duty pay and hazard pay as it relates to their employees, because we do not manage their hours at the Division of Community Development. So if we could give him some time to share some of those ongoing challenges, we would appreciate that as well. Thank you so much, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jim Martin. Committee members, let's focus on Dr. Yellowman and Ms. Jim Martin's presentation. After that, we'll allow Attorney Roderick Begay time. Committee members, do you have any questions for Dr. Yellowman and Ms. Jim Martin?
This is Delegate Slater. I have a question.
Go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you to Dr. Yellowman and to Ms. Jim Martin for all of your work, and please extend that to your subordinates. When was this submitted on a rolling basis, or was it similar to what we've heard from other divisions where documents were submitted all at once? And if so, then when were those submitted to OOC?
Dr. Yellowman, Ms. Jim Martin.
Thank you.
Hello, yes.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Martin. Thank you for the question.
Our documents were also submitted similar to the other divisions and programs on this call, where we did submit the boxes of information. So these were on October 23rd, 26th timeframe, where our boxes were also a part of the large boxes that OOC refers to. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Deanna Neswigishi, you have an opportunity to speak, please.
Thank you. Committee members. We're Ms. Gishi, we on DCD right now. After that series of presentations, we'll go to Division of Social Services. Committee members, if there's no follow-up questions, then we'll allow Mr. Roderick Begay. And Mr. Begay, the short answer, rather long answer. Let's go ahead, Honorable Slater. You have follow-up questions?
Yeah, I have a follow-up. So for the documents that were returned by OOC, was there instruction to correct the issues on the packets that had deficiencies? And if so, what sort of communication took place between the 23rd and the 20th to accomplish that, rectifying those deficiencies?
Dr. Yellowman?
Mr. Chair?
Jim Martin?
Yes, this is Ms. Jim Martin. There were corrections that were sent out back to our ASC staff and individual chapter employees with the corrections that were requested from OOC. And again, we gave time for the chapters to return those back to us so that our master timekeeper could resubmit those. And we did get assistance from ASC staff to help make that happen, and we did provide all of that within that time frame. Most of those packets were all submitted by November 20th.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
You certainly can. Go ahead.
So how far in advance of the 20th were those documents submitted to OOC?
Thank you. This is Samata Jim Martin again. Those documents were rolling in, so as soon as our master timekeeper received them, she forwarded them and sent them into OOC, and then we collected the remainder all by the November 20th and submitted our last and final packet.
Okay, I guess my question is, were they submitted like on the 20th or on the 19th, or where they submitted at the beginning of November. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Delegate Slater, this is Ms. Yellman. And Mr. Martin, correct me if the first batch made the October deadline because we had Deidre run. We had our staff run across the street and submit a box. And then there was ongoing communications of verification and accepting between our master timekeeper and various individuals from OOC. And then there were some documents on the November 20th that we had staff here, and November 20th we had staff work all the way into the late night, that whole week, all of the week of November 20th. But there was a hand carry. I recall Ms. Jim Martin and another staff hand carried 2 batches of documents before 5 o'clock on the November 20th. Ms. Jim Martin, is there anything else that you could clarify on that? Thank you.
You are
Mr.
correct,
Martin?
Dr. Yellowman. Yes, Dr. Yellowman, you are correct. And we can provide a listing of dates when documents were submitted. We are currently reconciling all of that information with our ASC staff as well.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman and Ms. Jim Martin. Committee members, any follow-up?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Sister Che, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, presenters. Dr. Yellowman, stage Ms. Jim Martin, thank you. I know that special duty pay issue is very important, but I want to do a sidebar and basically pose a question that has been asked of me from my chapters. In the CARES Act funding, chapters went through a lot of planning to figure out how they're going to spend the CARES Act funding. And they were even told that some of the funds that they are using can be replaced. So some of my chapters, one particular chapter called Kaibito, use some of their funds to purchase pellets for pellet stove and wood for the elderly. And they use a considerable amount of money on that. So refuse the funding is denied. So what do we do now? I'm wondering if there is a prepared statement to answer this question, these questions that our chapter officials, community members are asking. I believe, Dr. Yellowman, you were aware that some of my chapters were in the process of purchasing a model restroom facility that is put together with everything that you need within a restroom facility. A sink to wash your hands in, a toilet bowl, a shower. It had a 250-gallon water tank. It had gray water deposit underneath. It has a water heater. Everything that you need. That is a comfortable bathroom area. In my chapter, they were looking at that to purchase. The person that is going to put these models together. I just got a text from him, and he told me that funding for those is denied. What is the status on that? His question is all the way to coal mine in that chapters order that so how do we replace the funding? What do we do now with these models that's going to be built? It was going to begin with employing 50 Navajo craftsmen to put these models together. And as the demand grows, as the news that this is a good bathroom combination grows, there will be more employment for Navajos. But there go been the hout and then. So I'm looking for some type of an answer. Who can answer? And then that's a kid from the chapter level, and I point to ASC. One of the students in ASC said, "At the night on the train, they deal kid over thousand. Shouldn't you? Though I go boss at that parallel man, Asia, and I just kid. So people want answers here at the chapter level. Alit ego. But now deal nela. Alit ego iya. Hajo but now about the dolls. At least they will know and have an answer to this question, to the question of what do we do to replace the fund? What do we do with the plans that we had? My area here with the 5 chapters I oversee, and also other chapters in the right coal mine. Though I just know your order that they had requisitions all filled out and everything. They don't make what else. It about this thing. So thank you, Chair.
Chair, if you're speaking, I think you're muted because I can't hear you.
Oh boy. Thank you, committee members. Any more follow-up questions? If not,
then let's go to Mr. Roderick Begay. Respective of the advice to the LGA certified chapters and the non-LGA chapters and their eligibility for special duty pay or hazard duty pay. Thank you.
Yate, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and what I would like to add is, I concur with the entire report so far. The very early on, just like Ms. Jim Martin and Dr. Yellman explained, when the first shutdown happened, there were a lot of questions. By mid-March and into late March, when there were plans to talk about the special duty pay at the nation level, chapters were already asking for that. And so, at that time, council had passed the 3-quorum rule, and but then what was missing was telephonic chapter meetings. And so as part of that effort, what I did was go through the entire Title 26, and I tried to incorporate all of the necessary amendments that we could do on a temporary basis to try to amend some of those things that just didn't make sense for COVID-19 and this pandemic. And one of them was special duty pay. How do we get that out to chapters? And, some of our fund budget policies, they're really restrictive. And so there are more formal avenues to try to access the use of those funds. And so the quickest was PEP, the PEP program, and what chapters were able to budget for that. Because the chapter emergency fund to give all chapters up to that 25,000 threshold, that was had already been passed with a separate intent, and so we talked about the PEP fund account to try to use that as a resource, and so that's why when you look at Section 8C of that resolution, it's CAP-19-20. What it said was chapters will use the PEP funds for special duty pay in accordance with the Navajo Nation's policy on special duty pay. So it was, we took that provision, and at the same time that was happening, as Dr. Fowler and Ms. Toddy talked about earlier, the special duty pay was first created in early April, and it was still being created into May. And so when it was finalized and everything at that time was finalized, I issued the May 26, 2020 memo to all chapters, all 101 chapters, to try to reconcile what the Navajo Nation special duty pay policies were and procedures, and make that applicable to all 110 chapters. And what I did do is I distinguished between non-government certified and government certified, because as you all know, the CSC and the AMS for non-government certified, they're still executive branch employees. So the nation's special duty pay procedures would already apply to them. Okay, so what about PEP workers? What about government certified chapters? And so we, based on CAP-19-20 and allowing and empowering DCD and DOJ to consult with how we can provide that same ability and exercise Section C of what I talked about earlier, allowing use of the PEP funds. That's how we addressed it, to try to get that ability out to chapters, because chapters were open. They were providing water and all of the things that they provide. That, I agree, they are frontline, and we try to accommodate that. But unfortunately, the PEP fund account is not, it's inefficient. And so when the CARES, and also when the special duty pay for the nation, when it ended in August, it ended. And so when the CARES Act, also in August, Council was just entering discussions for the 80 million. And so, through the use and application of the CARES Act funds, we knew that that was a separate fund account that needed further justification. And so that required more coordination with the controller's office, because the CARES Act is a restricted fund. And so we needed to somehow incorporate, if that's going to be another source of funds outside of PEP, then chapters needed to coordinate that. So I think that ASC, the Division of Community Development, we all tried to facilitate that, but unfortunately, like it's reported, a lot of those were we didn't meet the deadline, and so I think that's really important, a piece of to try to understand that in the progression since March to now, and how the special duty pay at the chapter level, and then at the nation level, and then now this new hazard pay, and how that was, whether or not that would apply to chapters when we didn't have a similar legislation like CAP-19-20 for this new hazard pay. It's just all of those questions, and it gets twisted and hard to provide further guidance, especially in a short time frame. Council passed it, President signed it in October, and we were, or ASC and OOC was tasked to do everything by the November 20th deadline. And so very short time frame to try to coordinate and distinguish between not only special duty pay, but how it's processed at the chapter level for both government certified chapters and non-certified chapters. So, I probably have a lot more to report on, but I just wanted to at least provide a basic framework and some historical information about what went behind the attempts to for both ASC and DOJ to try to coordinate that to get special duty pay out to chapters. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Committee members, do you have any follow-up questions or questions to Mr. Begay with Navajo Nation Department of Justice? I think the committee's pretty much good. I don't know, stymie is the proper adjective to use in this particular presentation. And and it's unfortunate that we didn't incorporate any appeal processes to the denials, and that's where basically I think is the intent of Honorable Vice Chair Slater's question or processes he wanted to outline as far as getting information respective of how the documents were submitted and how we went forward, how it didn't go forward to get folks paid. So with that, committee members, do you have any questions? And to tell you the truth, some of the chapters just says it's futile. Let's not even try. And they foresaw this, and so for some of them it's not an issue. But I guess the other aspect is just the fact that the distribution sites that Miss Jim Martin identified. I think one of them was at Ganado, at Peru, and at Standing Rock. And those folks that basically took on the packaging, those aspects were personnel directed traffic to, I guess, facilitate orderly distribution, the orderly loading of these products that were being shipped over there, and then loading of chapter vehicles, chapter flatbeds, and then getting them out. I think that's where some of these items is not being understood in the full context that, some of these products didn't disappear at the chapter house all of a sudden. And it took a great deal of effort. And the certain denial is just, it doesn't acknowledge the tremendous work that the chapters did. And that's unfortunate. Committee members, how do we best go forward with this report? Regarding DCD, shall we call for a special work session jointly with Resource and Development Committee I know that we've already scheduled one respective of the need to really push forward on the water and sanitation projects that's funded by Office of Environmental Health hyphen Indian Health Service. Do you want to include this item also? Committee members.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we need to be realistic with the timeline for the CARES Act funds. And that's why, as my colleagues are probably sick of me hearing this, I've been asking, OOC and others to quantify the amount, right? There was that question I had posed about, well, we have a theory of how many special duty hours there are out there and how many that actually were paid out. We need to understand what that difference is and use that difference to inform our decision-making process. But that's only one factor, time is another. And I think DCD and our programs need every moment they can spare to focus on their essential duties right now. So my proposal is that if we need to fund hours that were essentially not paid out, we should be looking at UUFB for that. And it's a commitment from the nation. The nation owes it to its workers. And hopefully that would avoid putting undue pressure on program budgets or just not having any amount of funding paid out. So I think we should consult with the Office of Legislative Counsel. I don't think it needs to be a work session, but if at our next meeting, we could include that as a discussion topic report with OLC on crafting legislation to address those hours that weren't paid out. And hopefully that will get the ball rolling and compelling folks to identify, and quantify the amount of funding that may be needed for that. So that's my proposal. I don't want us to kind of distract from those core issues of getting every single Navajo home connected to water and power and broadband when we do end up having that work session. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Regarding that particular aspect, Dr. Yellerman and Ms. Jim Martin, do you basically have a total dollar amount that those boxes of documents that were sent to OOC? Do you have a dollar amount of pay that is basically denied?
This is Samantha Jim Martin again. We are reconciling to make sure we have the accurate numbers from our end with our ASC staff. We have not received a report from the controller's office on any that might have been paid out. My understanding is that nothing was paid out, but I just want to confirm that with a report from the Office of the Controller. So when we do have those numbers in the next couple of days, we will be able to provide them. I also wanted to add that one of the other big areas that did come up under the CARES Act funding that we were not able to resolve was funding for chapter officials who were at the front line. I know that it was repeated that they were ineligible for CARES Act funding because they did not pay for non-employees. So that continues to be another area that we feel officials who were incident commanders and working the front lines should also have some type of compensation if that would be possible. We are consulting with SEMA to see what else we could do in terms of getting some compensation as well. So thank you.
Chair So.
Yes, Dr. Yellowman.
Oh, yeah, Nana. Oh, yeah. I just want to add, I do have there's an outstanding or a question posed by Delegate Paul Begay that I'm able to respond to as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Yellowman, go ahead and respond.
Okay, thank you. Adonana, yeah, Shana, Delegate Paul Begay. This is a non-special duty pay question. It was regarding the reimbursement to the chapter. And this has been a very difficult week. By Ottawa Gap did request for essential fuel or blankets. Cameron requested for pellets, propane services. Coal Mine Canyon requested for wood, pellets, propane services. Copper Mine requested for wood, coal, pellets, and propane services. Kaibito requested for wood, pellets, and propane services. Lechi'i requested for wood and pellets. Red Lake, Tonalea Red Lake requested for wood, coal, pellets, and propane services. Division of Community Development, we are still reconciling all of fuel sources pertaining to this particular question as they were entered into the FMIS by our certified 6B staff, and there was a report issued last night by OOC, and unfortunately the report is that those were denied as they did not reach purchasing. And that is per the report. And that answer does not give the community relief. We're still trying to reconcile. We're still communicating with OOC, and we're still advocating to clear things up. Also being respectful of the hardship reversion and hardship program. There's needs to be fulfilled there as well. But we were just advocating that what was submitted into the FMIS would have reached the goal line. But quite a few of those items did not. And the reports have been generated from the FMIS, and there is a submittal or a receipt, I guess. There's a receipt of the reason for the denial. So I think we just everyone tried chapters, the divisions, everyone tried. There was not any missed minutes, and we stand to account for every minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellerman and Ms. Jim Martin and Mr. Roderick today regarding the special duty pay, hazard pay to chapter staff. And then, of course, the submittal of the expenditure plans that was respective of the $90 million. We destined it to go to the chapters, and it's hard to just know that it didn't get there. Committee members, with that, we have some items that requested, but we still have Division of Social Services to also address the special duty pay, the hazard pay. So, Ms. Deanna Neswit-Gishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I've been listening into the conversation, and I'd just like to provide a brief remark. I thank Mrs. Gorman for bringing up the concern. I concur with her statements. Just a brief update. The Department of Personnel submitted the department special duty pay procedures on April 8th. On April 13, there was a memo from Controller Kirk giving further guidance. On April 20th, I had completed a special duty pay eligibility procedures with additional criteria for the exempt and non-exempt employees. One of the main areas I put in there that the employee has to clock in and clock out to be eligible for the special duty pay because they're putting themselves at risk coming into the office. Delegate Slater, I think, had asked a question about abuse and which department. And so every special duty pay request that came in, whether for an exempt or non-exempt employee, that did come through my office for review. I did check for accuracy. I may have saw where a time, an hour or two was added on or not added on. And so we had the programs make those corrections. So from the Division of Social Services, that's an area that I wanted to look at. Regarding the lump sum payments, of course, the non-exempt employees were just paid time in an extra half of time when they were in the office. But for the exempt employees, they were compensated $25 for every 4 hours they were in the office where they clocked in, clocked out. So when they submitted the lump sum, I was able to review it as well for accuracy. Not all of the Division of Social Service departments submitted the request to be determined as essential because they could work from home or telework. And so 2 departments had submitted their special duty pay packets on a bi-weekly basis. That's Department for Self-Reliance and the ICWA program. So they had been turning it in every by week. Now, part of the delay was they had to do budget revision request forms. So that took a while for those forms to get input. And so they had the fundings because they were paid out of their own program funds, not the CARES Act funds. I did have 2 programs that submitted, not bi-weekly, but by the month. And on the last day, they did submit a final batch, which was the Department of Child Care Development and the Department of Family Services. So they did submit some, but on the final day, they did do a batch. And that was in response to Delegate Slater's question to DCD, what they submit on the last day. So not all of them had been submitted in as a full batch. And lastly, our Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families and the Developmental Disability Programs, they did not submit any special duty pay. The managers determined that they could work from home, and they were not wanting to submit because they were not placing them or themselves in a place because they had the ability to telework and not leave their homes. So those are some areas I just wanted to bring up. And lastly, regarding the hazard duty pay, that sort of threw a monkey wrench with all of what we were doing when we had the new executive order that came out 3 weeks ago, because it's very clear that you had to be out there, as Mrs. Gorman had mentioned, as well as Ms. Toddy and Ms. Jim Martin and Dr. Yellowman, is we have essential duties. We have lives that depend on us. We may not be directly working with COVID individuals, but we have essential duties. So I had determined all Division of Social Services to be considered as frontline employees, and that they would be considered essential and eligible for the hazard duty pay. And that was allowed based on the memo. And I believe Dr. Fowler had mentioned it as well earlier, that there's that discretion for each division director to make that consideration. So moving forward, the special duty pay was more feasible in that we had set additional criteria in place to make sure there's no abuse. We wanted to make sure that the people were compensated timely. So I do agree with, moving forward with special duty pay and how those allowances, as I presented in previous committee meetings, 96% of the Division of Social Services is federally funded, and only 2% are state funded, and only 2% of our entire funding is general funded. So the programs and departments were using their federal funds or state funds to be compensated. They were not using the CARES Act funding. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, for allowing me to present on behalf of Division of Social Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neswit-Gishi. Committee members, any questions, follow up?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
So I'm trying to understand exactly what you said. All of the eligible and submitted special duty pay requests from the Division of Social Services were approved, Director Neswit-Gishi?
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for the question. We did have to get, I did have to send a email to Attorney General August 18, Doreen McCall, that we were having these struggles. And as Mrs. Gorman had mentioned, there was this back and forth. So we did have to seek assistance from Attorney General Doreen McPaul to get that clarification. Once that got cleared up is where they finally started to process all of the Department for Self-Reliance and the ICWA. And so Department of Child Care and Development and the Department of Family Services, last I heard, Department of Child Care Development Fund, there was only a handful, I believe, from 1 or 2 offices that had not been processed. And so I saw today there was some documentation that they just need additional clarification. So that should be paid out as far as Department of Family Services. I would have to consult with the manager on that because I have not seen if they have all been paid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
And that's using federal funds for the special duty pay.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, committee members. We're asking for follow-up information, and I guess the intent and purpose is how do we assist? And that's something as we move forward we'll refine as we seek guidance with Office of Legislative Counsel. But in right now is what we're seeing is we can't offer any guarantees. And the way the system was established in the expenditure plan, there is basically no appeal. And I guess that's one of the fallacies that we just let go. So now we have to try to regroup as best as we can, and we just have to acknowledge that our employees put themselves in a situation. And right now it's like the government is failing them to assure that it would be the fact that these policies would be enforced. The special duty pay, the hazard pay. So we'll, as I stated, we'll try to refine it as and justify it as best as we can going forward.
Mr. Chair, this is the controller. I am on the line now.
Thank you, Madam Controller. You have the teleconference floor.
Oh, yeah, Chair, and then members of the committee. I know I had Ms. Loretta Largo that was here listening in as well. And then I apologize, but I was on another call. In terms of the committee, so I believe we're talking about special duty pay. I just wanted to let the committee know from OOC from our perspective. So as everybody is aware, the procedures that everybody's aware of that. The special duty pay was for the time when the government was closed. So August 16th from payroll and either contract accounting's perspective, so originally, and I think a couple of times we were going to put a deadline in the Dino that was beginning of October. And so we announced the deadline because
these documents, I mean, beginning of October was at least 2 months after the government reopened. So the reason why we want to put a deadline in was to essentially give notice to the employees that, especially in terms of the CARES Fund, that, and everybody's aware of the December 30th date, that we need, because these are processed biweekly through our payroll process. So we wanted to make sure that everybody is on notice, so that nobody is bringing us documents on the December 29th. We put in a deadline. So originally, we needed time. So our deadline that we wanted divisions and everyone to submit their documents to us was originally October 26th. That way, we have time, I believe 4 pay periods to work out a lot of issues that we're seeing with these documents. Signatures, these forms, they have to match up to the original time cards from during that time when the shutdown happened. So sometimes we have different information. So we thought that we would put in that deadline, although we thought that there would be 4 pay periods to work with divisions so we can get all the documents processed before the calendar year end, especially as to the CARES funds. But when our deadline came on the 26th, on the 26th, at the end of the day, we did get 10 boxes in our office. And that didn't include all the major divisions. And in fact, I was asked to do more deadlines, and I think we allowed some of the divisions to submit their documents up till Wednesday the 28th. But although, as everybody is aware, that NABI resolution got approved on the 30th, that Friday, I believe. And so it pushed up our deadline. So because of the November 20th deadline, instead of December 18th, we had the November 20th deadline to contend with from our office, because our office basically just works in accordance to, obviously, the laws that are put in place. So as of the 30th, we had a new deadline to work with. So what that meant for payroll was we had a pay period ending on November 6th. And so on the 18th, that was the pay date. So what that meant for our payroll section was we had a little over up till November 10th to process as many documents as we can. And so, as you can imagine, we're talking 10 boxes and then probably more boxes, which came in on the October 27 and 28. So we were in a time crunch. And so, in fact, I don't even know how many we couldn't process, even though my payroll staff has worked over the weekend on the 7th and 8th, and they work well late into the night on the 9th and 10th, as well as all day. We process as much as we can, but process so, and some of these on the 26th, 27th, 28th, if there's problems with them, then it's a matter of whether, getting them corrected and then putting them in line, basically. So, so that's from our office, that's what we had to deal with. That was so that the payday, the last payroll we can process in time before the November 20th deadline, which was the 18th. So we literally had from the 28th, so we went from the 29th all the way to November 10th to process as many as we can. And so that was about 2 weeks. We had to do that. And so, but I just want to say, I know, there are employees that I'm sure work the front lines. Some of them got caught up in some of these things. If we look at some of these documents, you'll see employees and their immediate supervisors signing off on these documents. I know I was looking at one the other day, and there's like 2 months that pass between when the employees sign off on these forms with their immediate supervisors, and then the higher up signing authority, they sign it in October. So sometimes there's a 2-month lag. And so, that's where we're hearing, and I'm sure your constituents are hearing, saying employees are saying, we put in for it, but then we're not getting it here at payroll. So, we see that from just looking at the forms. So sometimes we don't even know, for example, I want to say the CHR group, they want it, to be paid. They may be signing forms way back in August, but then we're barely getting it in the end of October. So those types of things has happened. And so, but from OOC standpoint, we're just here to try to process them as many as we could, given the deadlines. The other thing is we have been communicating through the timekeepers. We have been sharing the information since the inception of this program. And so there are, I reported, I believe, the other day at Budget and Finance and yesterday's leadership meeting that we did process 7.2 million in incremental special duty pay / hazard pay through this time frame. And so there are employees that got paid. There are programs, divisions that and departments that were successful. Some of them, they came in, they wanted to get their employees their information process. We sat down with timekeepers and their finance personnel to say, and sometimes we had to do it more than once, but I know the payroll group here has worked around the clock to get as many of these processed. And so I know it's unfortunate. I know there's probably employees that are upset, etc. But I just wanted to share that. And I don't know, my payroll manager is here, whether she wants to add to what I have to say.
Thank you, everybody, and members of the committee. Yes, pretty much everything that Ms. Kirk has reiterated is correct. So in certain cases, we did not receive the documents, which go all the way back to March, not until the end of October when we established the deadline. So it's unfortunately those were the bigger piles that we received from various departments. So just wanted to include that. We did work diligently on these documents to ensure that we get special duty pay processed. So there were two, some departments, like Ms. Neswit Gishi indicated, used their own funding. And then there are some that used their funding and later used the K201502 account, so which is the CARES Fund account. So those are the two that we've used, that we've seen that we process for special duty pay. So the biggest thing that it entailed as well are some departments from the get-go, from March through the opening period of August 17th, they gave their staff only administrative leave. But then we had staff calling us saying that I wasn't on administrative leave, I was actually working. So then the departments had to go back all the way to March and change those hours from administrative leave to special duty pay. So that process is a two-step process to even give the employee their payment. So there are instances like that which require even more time to process special duty pay to the employees. So situations like these really hinder our processes, because even though we've provided a PowerPoint at the beginning to each timekeeper, we also spoke with them directly when they needed guidance. We brought them in to work with them so they can fill out the forms properly and ensure that they tie to the timesheets that they've submitted. So those were the things that we went through to get as many people paid as possible through this process. So there are successful departments, and there are not so successful departments. So that's what I would like to add. Thank you.
The only thing I will also add would be our office did see some abuse, namely some unreasonable amounts of requests, unreasonable requests. So some of those in terms of CARES business unit, federal, on the federal side. So we had to really had to scrutinize some of those requests that are really out there, because essentially if we're talking about CARES, then now we have to run into what is reasonable, what is unreasonable, and then the other thing is whether they're essentially, if they would be considered bonuses and things like that. In terms of CARES, obviously bonuses wouldn't be allowed. So some of those things we ran into. Some people had requested more than once. And so those are all issues where our office has to go back and look at to see if we have any audit issues. And that's something that's a concern of mine. So we are planning to pre-audit all these activities before our single audit. That's what we're hoping for. So we did unfortunately encounter some of those abuses in this area. And also I just want the committee to know that in terms of our audit risk in this area is pretty high. So if an auditor comes through, these are the low-hanging fruit on what they will be auditing. So that is a concern of mine. So that's why internally, I think we have to pre-audit this area. So one of the other thing I want to highlight is that, and I don't know, the committee probably recalls the payment support. I know that the nation reimbursed itself with CARES money on all the admin leave that was granted during the government shutdown. And so on one hand, we have certain divisions and departments just blanket
putting everybody on admin leave, although down the road, they said, well, I want special duty pay. So then they'll declare themselves essential, and then they'll go back and say, I actually worked during this time. So then they make changes to the time card. So that's what Ms. Loretta was talking about just now. So those things were a lot of work. And so recreating these records or changing up these records is the reason why our office is going to be pre-auditing all these transactions. And so, but the other thing that's problematic is the fiscal year end happened. So that payroll support, the nation using CARES funds to reimburse itself what it paid out in admin leave. And now after the fact, we're going to be changing those records. That's a problem in terms of our single audit. And so I just want to bring that up as well. So really, there's a lot of issues in this area that I wanted to highlight. In terms of OOC, these are all the things that we're responsible as far as compliance, especially with the CARES Business Act, the CARES Business Unit, because there's a lot more scrutiny on documentation to make sure that the employee who's receiving this type of pay, they were, substantially dedicated to the responding and mitigating COVID-19. So we really had to ask questions on those justifications. So I just want to add that as well.
Chair, are you muted or have you lost connection?
Oh, yes, I am muted. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Controller, Otto, Ms. Kirk, and Ms. Largo. Thank you for bringing your part of the report that the committee requested. With that, committee members, do you have any questions for Ms. Kirk and Ms. Largo?
Sure, this is Delegate Slater.
Go ahead, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Yeah, Shania. And thank you, Controller Kirk, Ms. Largo, and everyone who's presented. My request is, I think the chair has been pushing us toward having a work session on this matter to see what we could do going forward. And I propose, Controller, I don't think you're on the line at that point, but potentially looking at a UUFB request to handle some of these matters that were paid out, that weren't paid out. So to that end, can we work on quantifying what was not paid out and what was eligible at the time? And then from that, we can get an idea of what our legislative options are for trying to make right by folks who are out there busting their behinds. So that's my ask. I don't need a response now. That's just, I think, my advice, working off of what the chair has expressed to us, to the committee. And then we'll have a work session. We'll use payroll, we'll use DPM, and then potentially have the programs come. But ideally that work would be worked out beforehand. Excuse me. thereafter, we could look at UUFB. I don't want us to look at the CARES Act, but say there's a miracle and there's an extension or there's a new relief package and it has the same sort of general guidelines. We could look at, the period of performance. If it also goes back to the beginning of the COVID pandemic, then that honestly might be a way that we could pay this out. It might not happen until January, but who knows? So I just want us to get prepared. I don't think we need to despair quite yet, but we should also be realistic. So thank you, Chair. And do we already have a motion to accept this report? If not, I'd make that motion.
Ms. Martinez, did the committee establish a motion?
Yes, sir. Motion by Edison J. Wanika and second by Paul Begay Jr. Mr. Chair, members.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. With that, committee members, if there's no other discussion, I guess as what Ms. Kirk and Ms. Largo, what Honorable Vice Chair brought to the table, I guess the other aspect is we hope by next week that the 2021 comprehensive budget is approved. And in that, we had approved the carryover funding. And perhaps that would be and for each of the programs. So we would hope that that would be another avenue to fund
Sure.
Some of these funds. Yes.
I apologize for interjecting, but before we go too far down that line of thinking, there is no carryover funding that was approved because the business units were closed out. So all of the amendments that we made during the primarily during the NABI session on the budget, they didn't end up being included in the budget. So we couldn't use those fundings because they ended up going back to the UUFB, and that's what contributed to that large amount. And we set aside that 20 million.
Okay. Thank you. I hadn't even kept up with that part. Thank you, Honorable Slater. Okay. Best way to go forward is accept the report, go for the work session. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Caller Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Caller Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Chair, I vote of 4 in favor, 0.
Thank you. I vote green.
Honorable
Thank
Edison
you.
J. Wanika votes green, Chair, so a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Let the record show the chair did not vote. Okay, committee members. I think the committee needs to take a break. We still have the full slate of legislation to go forward. How do you wish to go forward? We do have Dr. Jill Jim on the call now, but I feel like the committee's just mentally fatigued. I am. So how does everybody want to go ahead? Yes, Honorable Edison Wanika, go ahead.
Yeah, just do a consent to the legislation because it has to still go before Budget and Finance Committee. I don't know if there's any amendments that have to be made.
Okay, committee members. Mr. Ron Haven and Miss Evelyn Martinez, at this point in time, can the committee do a consent agenda to include these three legislation and accomplish it by one vote?
Mr. Haven, are you on the line? There's three authorizing a contract to budget and finance, and then there's one to Navigia for Haley Jennifer Moses and Harry Moses IV. Reinstatement to the Navajo Nation. Mr. Chair, all the departments are within Division of Social Services. Mr. Haven, is he online?
Yes, members of the committee, I would recommend that you individually consider these items not as a consent vote. I don't know how much controversy there is in any of these bills, but I would just recommend reading it into the record if they haven't already been, and take a vote individually. That's the safest thing to do with respect to these matters. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Rosalind Begay from Navajo Division of Social Services. I'd just like to let you know that these three CIA 638 contracts need to be, I respectfully ask the committee to consider it, because it needs to go to BNS, and I believe Navigia committee and contracts were due, they're due, it's going to be effective this coming year. So the committee would kindly consider that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, I think the BNF is meeting on December 8th. Okay, I guess the consideration
Chair.
was, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. My question is it possible to hold a special meeting on the 7th to address these four items? Well, I'm comfortable voting on item C, legislation 299-20, which is the Moses's reinstatement into the Navajo Nation. But I deeply respect my Che, but I have questions that I would like substantive answers and discussion on these items. And I think we've seen in the past how legislation that we've moved out fairly quickly without discussion or debate to NABI, particular to this division as well, has received a lot of questions, and people ask us for our expertise and say, well, what was the discussion? Why wasn't this addressed? What's going on here? And I don't want to put us in a compromising position when this does go to Budget and Finance or NABI. My fear is that then it could be tabled and referred back. They are relatively simple, but they're very important programs. And if there's just any way for us to do that, but I'll respect the majority will of the committee if they would like to proceed with voting on them this evening.
Chair, this is Monica.
Yes, Honorable Wanika.
Yeah, I don't have any problems if we move it to another agenda, so a special meeting or whatever. It's like Ms. Begay is saying, you know, that it's still we need to address it. That's the only thing. Other than that, it doesn't matter if it's on this agenda or special meeting agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members.
Chair, so.
Yes, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair. If Honorable Delegate Slater is motioning for a meeting on Monday, I'd like to second that.
Okay. Let me handle it in this way. And Ms. Martinez, before calling each legislation onto the table, could we just basically make a motion to take these three 638 contract considerations to a special meeting on December 7th with one motion?
Mr. Chair, they have not been considered under new business, and you can delete them off the agenda. There's no action taken by the committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But again, if I don't call it to the table, then they are automatically put onto the next agenda. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. With that respect, with the item, we will go directly to item 7C, legislation 0299-20. And item 0297, 0298, 0300 would go on to a special meeting agenda. With that, Ms. Martinez, I'm calling legislation 0299-20 to the table. Please read it into the record.
Legislation number 0299-20, an action relating to health, education, human services, Navajo and Navajo Nation, approving the reinstatement of Haley Jennifer Mose and Harry Mose IV as members of the Navajo Nation. Mr. Chair and members, Navajo is the final authority on this legislation.
Motion, Paul Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Paul Begay motions to adopt
second,
the
Delegate
legislation. And second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Do we have any questions? And Honorable Wanika, do we have the couple on the call? No, Haley Jennifer Moses and Harry Moses IV. Okay, let's just then take it to a vote. There was no question, and I was just going to give them the aspect to address the committee. If they're not on the call, then we'll just proceed. Mr.
Okay.
Mose. Hello? Hello.
Oh, this is what Delegate Wanika was just saying, okay.
Okay, Christina, let's proceed, Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay will vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Cornell Valona.
Honorable change.
Honorable Bernard Luna votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Let the record show that the chair did not vote. Thank you, committee members. This item will appear on the next Navajo committee agenda. And from that, and so as a result of that, we'll proceed to 7C other. And that's where I made a motion to request for a special meeting on December 7th. And then motion by Honorable Halona.
For special meeting on December 7th.
Thank you.
Second, Winika.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Winika seconds. Any discussion? If not, then let's take it to a vote. Mr. Mose?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, and let the record show Chair did not vote. Committee members, thank you for your full attention to the issues that we brought before the committee, and certainly it's a enormous task that we took on, and that sits before us as the Oversight Committee for Health and Education and Human Services. Thank you for filling your duty as committee members to stay on the task of what is before us. I really appreciate that, and I'm thankful because it has been a full day. That would be my statement. Honorable Halona, was that you?
Oh, yeah, Chair. Thank you for doing the meeting all day.
Oh, Sheila, committee members' announcements at this time.
Mr. Chair, are you going to consider report item C, update report on Navajo Tribal Food Clothing Program with Department of Self-Reliance? It's still on the agenda. No motion, no second.
Okay, we'll address it at the special meeting. So I won't call it to the table. We'll address it on December 7th. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, sir.
That'll be carried over to the next agenda. Thank you, committee members. Announcements. Any announcements? We have a speaker announced. We have a leadership meeting on Saturday. We also had a Eastern Navajo Agency Council meeting scheduled, but I think the leadership meeting takes precedence. With that, we'll get to adjournment. So the chair's open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Paul.
Thank you, Che. Honorable Paul.
Second, Wanika.
Satilla. Thank you. Honorable Wanika, Edison Wanika, seconds the motion to adjourn. No debate. Roll call vote.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, I vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed at 5:30 p.m.
Oh, yes, and I'm reminded about the letter that we need to sign on with Honorable Speaker Damon. Has any of the committee members signed on?
Chair So.
I signed it.
Oh, great.
Chair So.
I signed it, Chair Salona.
Okay, good.
This is Delegate Paul Begay. I'll be going in to sign it in the morning.
Okay, thank you. And I'll get with Mr. Shorty to see how we can, and Honorable Charlene, so you don't have to drive in. We can get staff to go at maybe even to meet you at the Red Mesa Health Center to sign it, if that's
I
what.
appreciate that, Shiaz, but I'm already planning ahead and I have to drop a legislation.
Oh, okay. Kusila. Okay, let's get
Chair, so,
words. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also have a legislation for the self-reliance Navajo education incentive legislation that I need legal counsel to take a look at.
Okay.
So I'll have to go in and sign. I made an arrangement with Mr. Shorty to have the document ready for me also. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I appreciate that. And I may show up at noon. We'll see. Just depends on the processes for other commitments I've made. So we just need to get that document sent off. Thank you. Appreciate the committee's indulgence in that manner.
Chair?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can you check with Speaker Damon on the status of our special meeting memo for the 2nd and 3rd? It has not appeared in our email outlook. Mr. Mose dropped it off, and we haven't heard nothing from the Speaker's office on the status of that memo being approved that you signed. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair So.
Yes.
This is Sherilyn Yazzie from the Office of the Speakers. I did print out the documentation. Speaker Damon is reviewing it as we speak. As soon as we get it signed, we'll scan it and send it right back out, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for staying on the call. There will be a new document coming for the special meeting request on the 7th.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We appreciate your help. Yes, Satilla Honorable Edison Wanika.
Chair, this is Leonard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mose. Yeah.
That's okay, I'll be I won't be here tomorrow, but I'm gonna have one of the documents have to re-sign tomorrow. It'll be my mailbox in the office over here. It's the last page. You have to re-sign it.
Okay.
If you are, I'll put it in my box, so you can just sign that tomorrow or whenever you get here.
In your box or my box?
my box, sir, up here at the Office of Legislative Services.
Okay, and I don't know who will be on duty. Will it be Mr. Rico or one of his designees?
Probably either, I think both of them might be here, him or Jalissa Johnson.
Okay, I'll check with them then. Thank you.
I'll let them know, I'll email both of them to let them know that will be my box.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to sign the meeting memo for the set, or do you want Mr. Mose to sign it and turn it in right away?
Yes, let's have Mr. Mose sign it, and that way it's one less item that we deal with.
Okay. Leonard, I'm going to email you right now.
All right.
And then take it to Speaker's office if there's somebody over there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, committee members, we are adjourned. Thank you again.
Good night. Take care.
Oh, take care. Rest up.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm still on the line. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Satilla, Honorable Chair of Resource and Development Committee, Rick Nez. Thank you. It's been quite a day. With Ayla, so rest up, colleagues, rest up, staff, and we'll be at it again early in the morning. Thank you. Go on that.
I'll go on that. Thank you, Chair.
So.
Leonard, I emailed you.